All right. Hello, everybody. What's going on? Those of you who stuck around this late, good to be here. My name's Sliceah. I'm the world record holder for Star Wars Jedi Survivor 100%, which is what I'm going to be running here to cap off this event. And I'm joined by Parker, who is the original world record holder, current runner-up for the category. He's also got a lot of knowledge. Parker?
Yeah, how's it going, Sliceah?
Pretty
You
good.
ready to lock in for about 8 hours?
Dude, hell yeah, you know me. I'm a maniac with this category.
All right, before we get started, I would like to explain how the PBC glitch works. Sliceah's going to be using this all throughout the run, and it's going to come second nature to him. He's not really going to be explaining it every time that he does it, so just know that when you see his screen lag out a little bit, he's basically pressing F11 to cause a bit of lag, which is going to let us clip through certain walls as well as do some launches, some of which will go across entire planets. So,
Yeah.
if you are ready to go, I can give you a countdown.
Yeah, I am ready. We're going to be playing on story mode because it makes combat easy. Alright.
Yeah, and on go. We got 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Alright, and very first thing that Sliceah is going to be doing is turning off the tutorials. This is a setting that just doesn't persist across multiple game saves, so we do have to do it every single run. And very first thing he's going to be doing once he gains control of Cal is turning around and using the twins push to generate some momentum and do that pause buffer clip that we were talking about. The main goal there is to void out from this walkway so that we can break out of these handcuffs that Cal is in a forced walk with when he has them on. It's going to let us actually move around here. You'll notice instead of running, he's doing this, what we call shuffling. Essentially, it's 2 different dodges, and then you can cancel the animation of that with a block. It's just slightly faster than running. It's going to save some time. You also notice he did a little jump there right at a certain position, and it actually skips a little scanner droid, little cutscene there. Probably only about 5 seconds, but does add up in an 8-hour run for sure.
Yeah, something that sort of a general philosophy of the long categories like this is that it's a bunch of small time saves that are repeated a lot of times. So instead of I mean, there are some very big skips, but there's also there's a bunch of little small animation cancels that save a few seconds. But when you're doing them hundreds of times over the course of the run, it adds up to minutes of time save.
And I guess also most of the time save just comes from optimizing the route so extensively.
Yeah.
Which again, being out for 2 years, we've been able to get it pretty optimal at this point.
Yeah. Parker has been the one spearheading the majority of 100% routing, for the record.
I'm not the founder of the route, but I do appreciate that. Big shout out to Fish, Bing, Hi, everybody that helped make this route. Here we have a bit of a scripted combat section. NPCs can be weird in video games, but it's mostly scripted and it's mostly going to be pretty consistent.
Except for when I do that.
We gotta get to that yacht.
And here, if we get lucky and push all 3 of those guys off, we can actually do a jump off the edge, void out. If we get the right timing, we can do this climbing section a little bit early. He did not get it there. It only saves a few seconds. So,
hello, Cal?
no deal.
Alright, whatever, we're not doing
Okay.
I am a bit ahead of you, Parker. Apologize for that. There's a bit of a delay.
Okay,
but
probably a few seconds. Yeah, it's fine. So up here, we'll be dropping down into the rooftop section of the game. There's a chest we're going to pick up here, as well as a force here that we're going to do. You'll notice that there is a slice here for a prompt for BD1 to go check out the store. We're gonna do that in order to basically
That was close.
tell BD1 to not come into this, to not wait at that door. We want him to come into this force tier with us because if he does not, it's gonna bug him out and it's gonna cause us to not interact with certain cutscenes until we quit out as a run. And here we have one of the hardest force tiers of the game. Thankfully we're on story mode, so it's not too bad. Although these Rancors attacks can, pretty much every single attack will stagger cow. So we want to be pretty careful that we're trying to get these parries off the attacks as well as jumping over some of these area attacks. Also can be nice if you can get the Rancors positioned well enough so that you can hit both of them at once, but not that essential. Also, another thing you're going to notice is that there is like a red dot on the center of these Rancors, which you can see right there. We're going to use force attacks as well as jump attacks, mainly to prevent us doing like a execution animation on them, which are slow.
Yeah, anytime you see a red circle on an enemy like that, it means you can execute and do like a little finisher move. But typically the finishers are slower than actually defeating the enemy, so we want to avoid using those as much as possible.
Seems to have helped. We gotta find that yacht before the Empire does.
Yep, and one thing to keep in mind throughout this run is that in order to get 100%, we do need to collect every single skill within the game. And so that requires, I think it's 120 skill points.
Yep.
And you'll notice after certain combat force tiers like the one we just did, you will gain a skill point at the end. With those skill points that you obtain through like collectibles, you will always get a full level, versus combat XP is going to be a dedicated amount of XP per enemy. And each skill point that you get is going to cause the next skill point to cost more XP to get. So while the collectible skill points are always going to give you a full level. So there is kind of a balance within the routing that we want to make sure that we can get all the skill points that are within the route on our way, while saving some for later that might be better because of the combat XP gain that we can benefit from currently.
Yeah, essentially because of the skill point scale, the full skill point collectibles are worth more later in the run.
Yeah. And we've routed it pretty well to the point where I think we don't have to do any extra XP grind, so that's pretty nice.
Some kind of
earlier, Sliceah picked up the improved footwork stance, improved footwork skill, which allowed it to do what he just did there, which is called a stab launch. Basically using that on certain geometry within the world is going to let us get some upward momentum. You also notice that he picked up a treasure there, a Priorite Shard, a little bit back, a little bit late on that, but he can basically switch stance when picking that up to cancel out the animation of picking that up. Also a scan there. I guess that's a good time to explain what's actually needed for 100% in this run. So every single map collectible, that includes chests, force tiers, essences, echoes, scans, all the different types of treasures, so Priorite Shards, Data Discs, Shadow Scrolls, as well as seeds, which there won't be any on Coruscant. They're all on Kobo, but there are over 100 of those, so those are going to be fun to collect.
Yeah. If I'm going to miss something in the run, chances are it's going to be a seed.
Probably going to be a seed, yeah, because it's also, you can only really tell where they are from some particle cues, which in a game like this, sometimes the particles just take a little bit to load in, and so it's very easy to miss. Also going to need to defeat all bounty hunters and get the bounty hunter puck collectible from each of those. We need to get all the map upgrades, which normally those are tied to chests within the map collectibles. Also, we need all exploration, which the area is kind of broken up into small sections within the map, and if you go into the holo map, you will see like a percentage tied to those areas. We basically want to have 100% on every single area in the game. We also need to collect all fish, and as I mentioned earlier, unlock all skills. and then also buy every single item in the shop. So there's a lot that we do have to do. There is some stuff that we don't need to get though. We do not need to worry about all the databank entries, which one of the big things with that is like the enemy scans. After you kill enemies, we do not need to get every single enemy scan. It also means that we don't need to do some bosses, including even main story bosses. We can skip actually whole sections of the game. And yeah. And right up here, you're gonna see Sliceah do what's chest cancel animation, basically by holding out the single saber stance, interacting with the chest, switching to the double blade stance, and then jumping. It's gonna let us cancel the animation of opening the chest, which only saves a few seconds, but there's probably around 100 chests that we need to open, so it does save probably around 5-10 minutes throughout the whole run.
And one thing worth mentioning about the databank entries, well, we don't have to get every databank entries. We do, like with the enemy scans. One of the things we do have to do in the run, unfortunately, is holo tactics at the end, and the enemies that you scan are what you can use in the holo tactics. So there are certain scans that we want to get just for holo tactics more than anything, like the Rancors.
Yeah, the main one is definitely going to be the Droideka. The Droidekas are OP in holotactics. You're going to see a lot of that. As well as Rakas are really good. The roller mines can be good. And just some of the common like fodder enemies can be good too.
Plus, enemy scans do also give you a small amount of XP, so...
Right, yep, exactly. So yeah, there is some moments where you might be seeing Sliceah fight some extra enemies that he normally wouldn't have, and that's just to make sure that we get the full amount of XP by the end of the route, so we're not having to do any extra grinding at the end.
Although there are going to be plenty of situations also where we have to defeat all the enemies because you can't get a BD scan or open a chest while you're in combat. And this actually right here is a good example. This probe droid likes to try to follow you up onto the other level that we're about to go up to here. And there's a chest up there, and if the probe droid is following you, then you won't be able to open the chest.
So yeah, so pretty much every other enemy doesn't really matter, but that probe droid will cause us to not be able to open the chest until we kill him, so. A little bit of a waiting for Bode to come knock this down. And then we just have some little bit of wall running here to get up to the next chest.
Just as a little side note, Parker and I have both looked for stab launches in this area just to try to skip these wall runs, and unfortunately we weren't able to find anything. Yet this is kind of an annoying area to have to do, like, as intended.
Kind of just messes up the flow of the run, right? We have to backtrack a little bit, but not too big of a deal.
Also, you're gonna see me when I'm falling from a long height, swing the saber right before Cal lands, which is because whenever he lands from a height, he will do a little combat roll. But if you swing the saber, you can prevent that from happening. So.
And up here, after we do this rope swing, we're gonna do what's called a pocket NFT glitch. But this is basically gonna, by canceling a backflip with a different animation, in this case switching stance, it's gonna let us be able to fall distances that we normally would void out from. We're gonna grab a treasure there, and then thankfully the game just doesn't set your last grounded position on that platform, so we can just void out to get back to the top of that area that we dropped from.
Yeah, so a side note on Pocket NFT, this game has what we call a fall timer, which is basically that if you're falling from a ledge, once you fall for a certain distance, Cal will just automatically void out. And so Pocket NFT is a way that we avoid that from happening, which lets us fall from very high areas and access other areas more easily.
And the reason we call it Pocket is because there's actually another version of that glitch that will set it as an entire game state, so that we don't actually have to do that animation cancel. But that can make a lot of glitches very hard to do because, well, if you fall and miss a jump, then you're falling to the bottom of the planet and could get soft locked. So And after we do the K405 fight here,
Aye.
Sliceah was trying to get this PBC into this wall here. Just a little bit of a backtrack to pick up another collectible through this wall.
This one is tricky mostly because the other side of the wall that I'm trying to get to is on a different level than this one. So
Yeah,
Cal
so
kind of gets stuck.
after you get the PBC, you kind of have to jump in order to make sure that you can
Try
actually
the other one.
get through.
Come on, Cal.
Yeah, and this is a prime example of some walls just being a little bit thicker than other walls, and can make certain PVCs a lot harder than others.
There we go.
There's a select few in the run that are like extra difficult, so and yeah, and just another PVC to get back through.
Yeah,
And
this
then
is
we can
honestly
collect
one
the
of the most difficult ones in the entire run.
Yeah. And then we can pick up the ascension cable, which is going to let us basically have extra traversal capabilities as well as being able to access certain areas of the map. Certain collectibles are going to be locked behind this, so definitely a necessity for this run.
Good, I got a feeling you're gonna need it.
Here we have to interact with this console to lower some platforming that's going to allow us to cross this next bridge.
Might slice into Imperial comms for fun.
You will see Sliceah do another PNFT here, and you'll notice that sometimes, or pretty much every time we do this, we want to line up against a ledge and basically back dodge into the ledge. Most ledges will have a ledge guard, which will allow this to happen. Some do not, and so sometimes you just kind of gotta line up precisely and can't rely on that back dodge.
There will be one on Jeddah in a couple hours that is a prime example of that.
Hey, Bravo. No job ever goes according to plan, does it?
What fun
There's another little stab launch we can do here.
Bit of a talker.
And things kind of go in a crazy order here, but basically this stab launch will avoid us from having to run around this entire building. We're going to come up these stairs. There's normally a cutscene to the right of us, but we're going to intentionally skip it for now because we need to come back to this green gate.
That's not what I meant to do.
Yeah. But
Okay,
yeah,
there we
we
go.
wanted to PBC through that green gate to basically get into this elevator shaft. This is some exploration that we're going to need in order to complete 100%. That's the only reason we need to enter that. And then we can go ahead and enter this cutscene. Now, if we enter the cutscene right away, instead of doing that stab launch, it's going to force us to have to backtrack a little bit to do that PBC, as well as when we come over here to have these twins push down this bridge, they're just going to be gone, and so we'll need to void out to cause them to respawn again, which is just natively slower than having them be there right from the get-go.
Just appreciating the view.
And then just some more platforming here to get up into this yacht section, but nothing really notable to mention at this point.
There is a slight skip you can do in that area, but it's a little bit sketchy, so
Yeah. First beam's down, Gaps.
I don't usually go for
Yeah,
it.
and sometimes it can cause Bode to just disappear, which is a run killer for this, because
Yeah.
then you won't be able to enter this this yacht. And there are collectibles in this yacht, so it is necessary. As well as a major boss fight that's locked behind doing
for the
this.
record?
Nice job, Cal. Hop on. We'll bring you down.
Come on, Gaps.
Twin, yacht's all yours.
One trick says, who gets Bode soft locked there?
And now, time for me and my lovely
Not one
assistant
trick
to
anymore.
show you how it's done.
Let's go reintroduce
For
ourselves.
Also-
those not aware, it's just a little inside joke. One trick has gotten that soft lock so many times, where some people have never. So
Also, this being able to push open that door is triggered by Bode getting there, so it's actually slightly optimal to let him go ahead of you
Business.
in that
Yeah.
Terminal passcode.
in that area.
Impossible. They'll execute
Also
me.
here, there are
Maybe I
2
could change his
collectibles
mind.
on this yacht.
You will give me access to your terminal.
But because this is an area of the game that is never going to be accessible
Unlock it
ever
and you'll be
again once we
rewarded.
leave,
I'll
the game just happens to give them both to you
I will
as
unlock
as you
them.
leave the yacht, so we don't actually have to pick them up.
We love a free 20-second time save.
Yeah.
Lucky you, Senator. You got a date with Saga.
Well, that was a
Kill me. Oh, I don't know.
really nerve-wracking one to test because yeah, now you have to do an 8-hour run
Yeah.
and then confirm that they are collected. Yeah, but once we did it once, it was definitely good to know. Here we are getting sent down to the bottom of Coruscant, the Undercity Meets area.
We'll mourn later. Gotta keep moving.
Now a few more collectibles to grab here, but the main goal right now is that we're trying to get up to the 9th Sister boss fight to unlock the dual-wield saber stance. Because all stances are going to be required for this run because you can buy all the skills for those stances. And without those stances, you won't actually be able to buy any of the skills for it.
Stem canister. That'll prove useful.
This is an example of a chest. The stim chests, they're not cancelable, so we will have to see this animation a few more times in the run. Thankfully, there's I think only 9 stims they have to pick up, 9 or 10.
I want to say 10.
So 10, I think.
Actually,
yeah,
don't-
because it's
don't
total
know
of
off the top of
12.
my head. Yeah, I think it's 12.
There's also some legendary chests, which are these. They kind of look like a pirate chest.
That way's blocked.
Those are also not
Come on.
cancelable.
We'll come back.
Here in this elevator shaft, there is actually a priorite shard underneath the elevator platform. So we're gonna do a few PBCs through this green barrier, pick it up, and then one more through the wall to void out another area where your last ground position just is not saved. So we
Not
will
today.
respawn outside of the elevator shaft. That purge trooper we did need to fight in order to be able to pick up the essence in here.
Plus, he gives a decent amount of XP.
Yep. And there's another essence to pick up right around this corner, as well as the following room. Basically, we're just going to try to beeline through it. We have to come back here for a bounty hunter later in the run, and so it makes no sense to get the collectibles now. We'll have better movement abilities later in the run that it will make more sense to get them then. And we're already forced to come back anyway.
He's in here somewhere. We'll find him.
Be ready.
Yeah, and you may have already noticed why we said that bit about the PBCs at the beginning. With how many there are in the run.
Count. Yeah.
It's pretty much every doorway.
Yeah. We were joking about putting a PBC counter up on the screen, but we would lose track too quick.
Yeah. If I could get like a program macro of some kind that like adds
Just
one
counts
to the
your
counter
F11
every time I press
presses,
F11, yeah. But and as Parker mentioned, we do have to come back here later, which is why I am getting this med pad so that we can fast travel to it later. And I also need this skill wrenching pull for an animation cancel on certain collectibles.
Yeah, I think it'll be a while before we actually get another one of those collectibles, but those are the Force Echoes. Basically, when we interact with the Force Echo, we can use that wrenching pull ability to basically cancel the animation of us getting that echo.
You can also use it when there are certain bits of terrain that Cal can't walk upwards. He's forced to slide down, and you can actually use wrenching pull to like knock Cal out of the slide animation and allow him to jump and kind of wiggle your way up a slope that you're not supposed to be able to get up.
Yeah. This 9th sister fight is fairly scripted. First phase is just swing your saber, doing some parries. Second phase, you use slow mode right at the beginning to cancel out her force attack, which is going to make her dodge some attacks until you parry her. In the third phase, you'll get the dual wield stance. We're just going to constantly attack her again, even when she goes into that force attack to dodge your attack. Keep trying to attack her. It's going to pull up this prompt to use the automatic parry attack. And and that's going to be the end of the fight. Also, a thing to note on those prompts where you get other saber stances, if you spam cancel too quickly, it can freeze your entire game and cause you to Alt F4. So it's very, very important to react to those coming up as opposed to pre-spamming.
I have noticed it's less common with the dual saber than it is the blaster and crossguard.
Are you there?
Yeah, well, the blaster one is so delayed, like, you're standing there for a few seconds before it actually pops up.
Yeah.
So that one always gets me, Another little scripted fight here, basically just pushing off the one guy, deflecting a blaster bolt, pulling the third guy into your sabers. After these wall rides, we will have another combat section we have to do in order to be able to get collectibles. Just four troopers here, fairly simple to kill. 3 of them go down in one hit, 1 of them we just throw off, and then we're able to collect a scan here. There's also a very precise jump here off of this lamp, which if we do it right, we're able to just reach that grapple point.
I'm not gonna give it another try.
It is way more precise than it looks. It also only saves about 5 seconds from climbing up the rope, so you end up losing time if you have to do it a few times. It does look cool if you can get it. Yeah, I mean, first try does save time. When you're going for a world record in any percent, it might matter. In 100%, probably not. But yeah, another Priorite shard, but collect before we start PBCing through this last section of Coruscant. There is a boss fight here that we're skipping for now, but we'll come back later to get him. And some more PBCs through here. Those PBCs basically let us skip a trigger that's going to load in more than probably 66% of the enemies that spawn in this area. And so the last few enemies that we have to fight here are be easily taken down by some force pushes, as well as just a few saber swings.
Not you. Bro.
And that'll basically be the end of Coruscant to finish this up. And once we leave Coruscant, we'll have the option to customize our saber for the first time. So if anybody in chat has a suggestion for saber stance color that they want to see, please feel free to shout it out. We'll go first come, first serve.
I'm open to anything.
You'll be seeing 8 hours of it, so. Garbage says purple, so.
Garbage says purple, huh?
Tidy up before we visit Grease. You know how he is.
Garbage has good taste.
Seconding purple from One Trick, so.
Alright, purple it is, I guess.
Everybody has good taste, yeah. This section of the game is glorified cutscene, playable cutscene, so to say. We're basically just picking up some parts within this Mantis. Basically a tutorial to introduce you to the customization options. Very quick section, and then we're off to Kobo.
Fun little amusing fact about the saber color is if I'm doing like a day of runs and they haven't been going very well, then I'll make my lightsaber red, like I'm angry.
It's so calm. Bravo would have liked this.
It's technically slower to customize your saber, but in a run this long, it's not going to make a difference on world record or not.
There is also a preferred
That'd be wild if
outfit
there was.
that I have that I waste the time to customize and put on that outfit when I get it later on.
Yep. Up here, Sliceah will be doing another PNFT down this elevator. It's just a little bit quicker than actually taking the elevator down. And right when he lands, he's going to be collecting the first seed of our run. It's important to collect this one now because there are 10 different types of seeds to collect, and we need one of each in order to unlock the seed map, which is a required collectible for this run. And that seed map, we basically have to wait we have to plant one of each seed and wait for them each to grow, which is time gated. So we want to make sure that we get that done as quick as possible.
Yeah, real time
so we're not,
gated.
Yeah, real time gated. So we don't want to be sitting there for 30 minutes waiting for some plants to grow. And then up here is probably the biggest skip of the run. It's also the hardest skip of the run. But we're going to do a pause buffer launch here. Basically by going up to this grate, force pushing, and then jumping, we're going to get a little bit of kickback from the grate, and it's going to... And if we do a pause buffer clip during that animation, during that kickback, we're going to gain a lot of momentum and be able to like completely launch across planets. It is very difficult to pull off, so it might take a few attempts here. I think Sliceah's world record run spends about 2 minutes attempting this, so...
Yeah, it was not very good.
Even world record doesn't have a first try one of these.
This
you'll notice
launch
that
is definitely my arch nemesis.
Yeah.
When it comes to these
A lot of
runs.
people's. And you'll notice that sometimes we're spawning back up from where we dropped from off the elevator, and that's because doing that PNFT, it just sometimes doesn't reset your last grounded position. Sometimes it will, but if you launch too far away from that area, it's gonna always send you back up there. But if you get a short launch, sometimes you'll respawn back on the ground.
Alright, this is the one, I feel it.
Yeah, here it comes.
That's crazy.
A little behind, but yeah. Nice. Well done.
Yeah, so, you probably can't see it because of the way the stream is set up, but, on my splits, my world record time for this split is 11 minutes and 10 seconds, and the optimal is about 8 minutes and 50 seconds to 9 minutes, give or take. So there's still a lot of time saved.
Yeah. 2.5 minutes.
Over
yeah.
my record, even just in this split.
You'll see us taking this path through these seeds. These seeds technically aren't the fastest to get right now, but like the reason we got the first one at the start of Kobo, we're gonna need to get all those 10 different types of seeds as fast as possible, and those are some of the fastest on our path that are unique seeds. Here we do a little force pull on this skull to get another priorite shard. And then we're gonna go into our third boss fight of the run. Although this one is even less of a boss fight than
the warning. You want to talk about the warning prompt here?
Oh yeah. Yep. So coming into this, when you sequence break in this game, you get a little warning message saying, "Hey, you did a sequence break. Do you want to load your last valid save?" It's very important to not do that here because it will spawn us back at the start of Kobo and reverse everything we just did up to this point. So,
and the tricky thing
big
is
time loss
that
for 100%.
guy, that boss tends to attack you right off the bat. So you'll notice there that I had to very quickly close out of the prompt and be ready to parry his attack.
Yeah. Yeah. That's if you're not expecting that prompt there, it can catch you off guard and it can send you all the way back to the start of Kobo. So don't press the time loss button. Exactly, garbage.
Free time loss button, exactly.
Old friend of Moran's.
Some collectibles to pick up in this,
Ray's really
in the Pylon Saloon,
That's serious
but we're
house.
basically heading down to the basement and gonna go to the next area where we rescue our favorite droid.
My old
Well,
scrapper.
maybe your favorite droid. I don't know if it's my favorite droid.
I know.
I think BD1 is definitely up there above Z.
I was about to say monk.
True, true.
Or B from Andor. Shout out Andor. If any of you guys are watching Andor,
Smuggling
great show.
tunnels, huh? Bree's always kept a few secrets up his sleeve. What'd you find?
Here's a scan that is very easy to miss on that right side there. We can do a PVC through this green gate.
What's the green?
Eventually.
Eventually. And then we're also going to do a PVC. We're going to kill this enemy here because, again, combat will lock your ability to pick up collectibles. And we're going to come over here to this door, PVC through this. And one other type of collectible that we haven't really talked about is perk slots. There are 10 total perk slots you can get in this game. You start off with 3. We want to get 7 as fast as we can because 2 perks are directly related to XP gain. And so getting those as fast as we can is definitely going to help us get our skill points as quick as possible, which we want to make sure we get those before the end of the run so we don't have to do any extra grinding.
There were recently, well, I'd say recently. It wasn't that recent, but it's recent enough that it's not in my world record run. There were recently some reroutes that Parker and I made specifically around XP and trying to avoid having to grind any XP at the end of the run.
What is this place?
And those are a bit later in the run, but once Sliceah gets to those, he can explain those. I don't think I'll be commentating by that time. I'm probably only going to be on for a few more hours, but
Not bad.
yeah.
Think we could walk on that?
This puzzle area is fairly straightforward. There's nothing in the means of a skip. A few jumps that can save you a little bit of time, but some collectibles here and there, and we're basically just rescuing this droid who's been trapped down here for how long? Decades? Centuries?
300 years, I think?
Yeah, 300 years?
Something like that? I don't remember. I don't know if they ever actually explicitly say it.
It's a long time. It's a long enough time that she doesn't recognize the type of buildings that are out in Kobo.
I think after so many idle years, who really knows? What was that?
I said, hold tight, Z. I'll have you free soon, Z.
Here's one of those jumps that I was mentioning. Saves just a little wall run.
Trials or not? Damn it! Come here. I want to thank you face to face. Thank you, Cap.
And Z is actually going to be one of the shops that we're going to need to buy all of the items from. She's actually the one that gives us different types of perks.
Remember this?
So she's also a pretty important one to have, but we need to come down here for the collectibles regardless.
Yeah,
So
this is unfortunately one of those short sections of the game that kind of has to be done almost vanilla.
The exit is this way. I am very fortunate you came
also
along
another thing with
me.
this is that
Yeah. Could have been down here forever.
once we first go to Pyloon Saloon and do that Zeke fight, it's going to lock our ability to fast travel. It's not going to unlock until we finish this section of the game. That's fast traveling kind of gets locked based between 2 different triggers all throughout the game, 2 different quest triggers, and so that's something that we definitely want to unlock as soon as we try to lock it. Do those quest sequences in order so that way we're not trapped somewhere and have to run all the way across the planet to
Another
get
note
back to where we're going.
on timing that I had mentioned that my time in my world record for that split was 11 minutes and 10 seconds. I just beat that by 12 seconds, even with how bad my Hidden Great launch was in this run, so that can give you an idea of how much time save opportunity there is on that launch.
Tell me more about
Sub 745. Is that what you're saying?
At least.
I don't want to know how this
After we
got
get the
there.
Kobo tuner here, one of the funniest Pyrite shards is just in the toilet of this saloon. There are a few other times we could get that, but we do it now just to. So we don't
Oh,
forget.
come on.
Oh, what happened?
You'll see.
Oh, okay. So what Slice is complaining about, he just got a rare Neko in the best possible spot to get a rare Neko. Rare Neko is important because there is a single priorite shard that is locked behind obtaining one. The reason this is a problem for Sliceah right now is because he doesn't have the ability to tame Nekos, so he can't do anything with it, and by the time he gets back here with Neko tame, it's gonna be a different color. There are a few different colored Nekos, pink, purple, red, orange. I think a fully albino one.
Yeah, pure
also.
white, yeah.
Yeah. And so that's another RNG element of this run that we just kind of gotta keep an eye out once we get Neko tame and hope that we get one within the full run.
And
I think
Parker
it's
was
very rare that you don't get one, but
Parker
can
was
happen.
here during the run where I actually spent about 20 minutes at the end of the run trying to grind for one of those.
Wonder where I could plant these.
You're going
Yeah.
down.
So it can happen.
Yeah. And by grinding, we basically just mean sitting at a med point over and over,
Resetting the spawns.
And, yeah. Jeez. And slow. It's also another thing is that it's kind of nice, depending on where that Neko spawns in. There's some areas that are just so far away from this stable, which is
Hey,
where
look
we
at
need to
this.
take the rare Neko. And so getting a rare Neko right at that stable is like the absolute perfect place you could.
Yeah, I'll point out in a little bit, it's in the last split of this segment, when the like true most optimal time to get it is.
To cut through.
It'd be insane if I got it in this run, but even if I don't, I'll point it out.
Not alone here.
Yeah, and the rarity is a little bit, it seems to work pretty weirdly because it feels like almost sometimes you will get none for 5 hours and all of a sudden
You'll
you'll
see
see 5
three, yeah.
Nekos right next to each other.
Yep.
Yeah.
Let's take this to Domus.
This Basalt Rift area that we're going through is, there are a lot of collectibles we're going to collect on our path now, but we will be coming back here later in the run. And so there is still a lot that we can skip, at least this time.
Great find.
Once we get to Jeddah,
What do you think
and
this array is
about an
for?
hour and a half, or about an hour,
Centauri Crescent held the key to
we will
Tantalor.
get the air dash ability,
He seems to think so
which
too.
will be much
You know
faster
what to find
movement,
out.
allow us to do much bigger jumps, bigger skips.
Empire.
And so it's generally faster to try to save certain areas, getting the collectibles when we have that ability, just because it's going to be faster movement. Which is the main reason we do that big launch at the start of Kobo.
There are also a bunch of collectibles that require some different abilities that we won't have unlocked yet, so
Yeah. Yep.
second try,
This
not
jump
bad.
here is nice. Yeah, that jump is deceivingly precise. Sliceah did it very well there, but it can cause some issues if you can't get the exact timing.
His eyes out here.
There are some backup strats,
The Raiders.
but
What does the
that's
Empire
definitely the
want with
fastest
a
way.
backwater planet like Kobo? What'd you find,
Another
buddy?
combat section to be able to get this slice chest, which another chest that doesn't have a cancel animation, as well as a scan there. We're gonna come down here and I don't know if we talked about these guys yet, but these are treasure droids. We have to kill them in order to get a certain treasure, like a priorite shard or a data disc. They're almost kind of like the scarabs in like Dark Souls, if you've ever played those games, where they will run away from you and disappear after a certain amount of time. So
Let's check it out.
there's ones in certain locations that can be kind of tricky to get to, and if you miss it, it can be a big time actually.
Yeah, well, there's
So those
one
are
in
important to
particular
check.
in the Lucre Hulk in Kobo 2. In a couple hours,
yeah.
that's it's really inconvenient if you miss it, because you do come back to the Lucre Hulk later on in the game, but you come back to it at a time when there's a special event happening there, and so you're actually, it won't respawn during that event, so you'd have to come back another time after that. So that one can be a big time loss if you miss it.
Don't know what that stuff is.
Yeah, and that's another thing with those droids is that sometimes when we go through areas, even on the first time we go through, they just won't be spawned in there because we're doing like a certain quest through that area. There's also some collectibles that just don't spawn. Like there's just one random Jedha scroll on Jedha that doesn't spawn in the furthest corner of the map. It's the sole reason we have to go back to that area.
Yeah,
it's just one scroll.
It's pretty annoying.
It's like about 4 minutes just for that single collectible.
If the rest of Z's story is true, the key to Tanalorr should be around here somewhere.
First, right here, we're gonna be collecting a few data discs here. One of them, the first one here, we're just gonna pick up and then void out. Respawn back. It's a little bit faster than actually trying to walk back through that Kobo matter. And then this PVC is also pretty tricky, but shouldn't be too bad. Yeah.
For most of the, especially the harder PVCs, it's good to get like a visual cue, like a mark on the ground that you can use for like where you need to hit your F11. So that's one that I tend to use a little reference point.
Line up, yeah. Low PVC there. We do have to push that beam to come grab this little ledge, and that's solely for exploration.
Yeah.
It might look weird if you didn't know that,
Yeah,
but
you're supposed to be coming to that from the other side, which is why you have to push it.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And another instance where we're just gonna void out there to respawn up on the platform.
I didn't want to jump.
We're just about coming up on the Relter. This is going to be a tame ability that allows us to use these little bird creatures to glide around the map. It's going to be crucial for traversal as well as getting some collectibles. It's also a prerequisite for the Neko, which is going to be very crucial for getting that rare Neko, as well as it's just going to be necessary for certain jumps.
But we'll talk more about that when I get an Echo.
Yeah, we're still a little bit a ways from there.
Because we will be using that glitch as soon as we get the first Echo.
Yeah.
This will come in handy.
Pretty good pace, huh? Almost PG pace?
Yeah, it's actually not bad.
Might be.
Nice.
This area we actually do have to clear out all these enemies. There's a chest here that we need to unlock. And you'll see there, we just unlocked the ability to use confusion on these large enemies. And so we're gonna take advantage of that right away by having this guy help us out.
And then killing him when we're done.
Yeah, exactly. He also gives XP, so generally those large enemies are the optional enemies that we might sometimes kill for extra XP because they do give a lot.
And especially there's a skill we'll unlock in a couple hours that allows you to kill those enemies very quickly. That makes it worthwhile to take them down real quick if you have a chance.
Yeah, those guys, the Skritons, Droidicas, those all give so much XP, so almost always worth killing those.
It's a really good Relter pace, actually.
Careful,
yeah. You guys can't see his splits, but about 30 seconds ahead of time?
About
20 seconds?
About 20 seconds.
This isn't the time to fight.
This PB being 7 hours and 49 minutes, so
Now this is
really
more
good
my
start to
speed.
the day.
surprised you didn't make a comment about situations.
Oh, situations. Yeah. One of everyone's favorite
Yeah.
cutscenes.
What's this?
Here, there's a little PVC through this wall. It's actually gonna cause none of these enemies to get aggroed because we skip a loading trigger. There's also a scan there, so it lets us pick that up without actually having to fight these guys. After this routes are over, we're going to drop off a little bit early to get some collectibles, another chest, as well as a data disk out in the middle of this Kobo matter. We're going to pull this orb, which is basically going to make this Kobo matter go away so we don't void out. We're going to pull it away and put it back in. It's going to kill that enemy as well. And then we can continue on through this door. There's a lot more collectibles in this forest ray area, but we do come back here later for a bounty hunter, so we skip a lot of it for now. It's a common theme of this run, at least the start of it. At least up until we get air dash and ascension cable and yeah, all the abilities.
Lip slam.
Yeah. There's another data disk out in the Kobo matter over to the right here.
I keep messing up the timing. You can actually still animation cancel on those collectibles. The timing is just a lot trickier with like when you drop the orb. And I keep messing it up.
Familiar tech. Same mechanisms powered Z's chamber.
Yeah, and actually we collect just the right amount of data disks so that we'll be able to buy a perk from Z at the end of Kobo, which is going to increase our XP gain on enemies, so pretty good one to have this early in the run.
That seal looks familiar.
Utilize that as quick as possible on as many enemies and bosses as we can. And we are going to grab this med point to buy a few skills, which is going to make this fight a little bit quicker. But we're also going to grab this med point because this is where we're going to fast travel to later in the run.
Much later in the run.
Much later. Yeah, Kobo 4.
The final segment of the run.
Final planet.
You want to use this, we can talk about Kobo lore, the any percent route, while we're doing these cutscenes here, unskippable cutscenes.
Yeah, so this is another playable cutscene, so to say. There's not much gameplay in here, but yeah, this is actually technically the planet of Tanalorr, which is the final planet of the game. This section here is technically supposed to be like a flashback to that planet, from Santari Kree's perspective, who is a Jedi that we're basically following the footsteps of within this story. This Tanalorr planet is where Cal is trying to get to throughout the entirety of the run, and so it's the last planet of the game. Within any percent, there's actually a glitch we can do that allows us to basically fast travel out of this state as soon as we get into it.
I've seen the galaxy
back to Kobo, and it basically combines both the
reach.
planets together because they're in the exact same location within
within
the map that the devs made.
This little flashback is actually very far underneath the map of Kobo.
Yeah, so we can do that, have both planets loaded at the same time, and basically just get to the bottom of Kobo, get to the end of Tanalorr, and quick quit out, and we're able to actually basically teleport right to the final boss.
Yeah, I highly suggest watching Mr. Benuto's any percent world record. It is a near perfect run, and it is it's a good one.
It's a bit of a fever dream, that glitch.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
And right here we are finishing up this forest cutscene, and we'll get into our second major boss of the run, Dagon Gera. We're actually going to fight him a few more times in this run, but this is the first time we meet him. Fairly simple fight this version. We're just going to be doing some parries and some attacks. You can also use the improved footwork stance that we use for stab launches to get him into a stun lock sometimes. Once he runs out of his stagger meter, we can just do it over and over. He'll fall to the ground and let us get a lot of damage in quick.
That it?
In succession.
That wretched order will rue the day they betrayed me and forsook Tanalor.
The key to Tanalor. Could Kree have met Daggett? She entrusts Tanalor to someone like him.
Just got a few more things we gotta tidy up on Kobo now for our first trip, and then we'll be off to Jeddah.
This essence here is probably my favorite essence in the game, just because of how much XP it gives you. It gives you almost a full skill point here.
Yep.
And you'll notice we're in a forced walk state. Normally you'd have to wait it out if you stood by it, but if we walk far enough away from it, it'll basically break us out of that. Give us the collectible as well as the XP.
Not a bad view.
On our way. Now we're going straight to the Neko, although there are a couple more priorite shards we want to pick up first.
Check it out, BD.
See, that was when I messed up.
Yeah, so you can see the delay there. I guess the timing difference, having to actually walk for a few seconds
Tanalor
as
is
opposed to
real.
just picking it up instantly and
Maybe the last
being able
one
to
of the
continue
scouts
your
that
chain
saved the
dash.
Empire. I wish you could have seen it too, BD.
Here's one of those areas where the wrenching pull cancel can come in clutch on those sliding areas. You can see that once you get into that slide, you can use wrenching pull and it effectively be able to jump much quicker than if you just waited.
Nice. Good job, BD. I think we just found our ticket out.
A few more seeds, another scan, and then now we
It won't
can
hurt you.
talk to this Neko and unlock the ability to ride Nekos and call them Nekos. And one of the best parts about the Neko is that we can also use the power of F11 on these guys to be able to jump super high. Basically by jumping and then pressing F11 right away, which you're going to see Sliceah do right away here. It lets us get crazy momentum, crazy upward momentum. And we can also just jump off of him afterwards to get even more height.
And of course,
Good, Neko.
I don't know why I even bother
He
with
runs
the
away.
try anymore.
Yeah.
I used to be able to make that jump no problem, and now I seem to always miss it.
Yeah, well, early days of figuring out that glitch, we thought that you needed to jump up here with the Neko, but it turns out you can actually just call him once you get up here, so that's easier. And Sliceah will be backtracking a little bit down this slide section, just for exploration. You'll see Sliceah do this a few times where he just is going into one direction, doesn't collect anything, and it just instantly turns
Know your
around.
way around Kobo, don't
That's
you?
almost always for map progression.
I bet we can clear that gate with a little boost from our new friend.
Oh man, I have to. There, see, there's two.
Oh, there you go.
Should I take the purple one or the albino one? I want the purple one.
Do the purple.
He can match my lightsaber. So this is actually one of the most inconvenient places to get one of these, but it's not. It's still not terrible. We just have to shepherd him all the way back to the stable, which kind of takes a while.
Backtrack a little bit. but
Yeah.
It's not the end of the world. It's not ideal, but we'd much rather take the purple Neko now rather than
hope we get one
risk it
later
for
on.
a potential one in a better location later.
Yeah. If you were going for record, maybe I might skip it and hope for a better one, but
Yeah, I still don't even know if the record is that optimized yet, where that's a concern, but yeah. I guess if it's really bad, like if it's up at the Harvest Ridge area, maybe.
yeah.
Seeds. You should find somewhere to plant them.
And there's a lot of collectibles in here that we're also skipping. We will be coming back here for a fish actually later, because
Back to it.
that's another thing during this game, during quest, is that other collectibles such as like the fish, you're not going to be able to actually pick up.
Although we will be getting our first fish in just a few minutes here.
Looks like the mantis is back in action. Come on, BD.
Yeah, and that's one of the things we want to do at the end of Koba 1, because it allows us to pick up a few on Jeddah that are conveniently on the way. And there's two little cave sections here that we have to.
Are we going to die?
I think that's the first echo right there, that one.
That might be it, yeah. And there's an example of the Force Echo cancel.
I didn't realize it was that long.
Yeah, because there's like 2 on Coruscant that we don't have it for yet.
Yeah.
And then yeah, it's a while.
I'm gonna be a little upset if there's a rare Neko in the stable when I go by there.
Up.
Here we're trying to do a super Neko jump into the roof so we can actually get the Neko onto the sledge. Because we're going to be able to do another super Neko jump up to the top section of this cave.
And fun fact, this Priorite shard is for some reason one of a few collectibles in the game that you just simply cannot animation cancel. There doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason for it, but there are a few of them. There's 1 or 2 scrolls, 1 or 2 data discs, and 1 or 2 Priorite shards that even if you do the inputs correctly, you just don't cancel the animation.
It might actually be fastest to fly this guy straight into the... Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That could be one fun thing about the super rare Nekos, is that it can be some on-the-fly routing that you have to decide on the spot. What's going to be the fastest way to get this guy back?
Alright, I feel a little bit better. It was worth it.
Yeah, definitely worth it. I mean, your only real time loss there was having to go back into that cave, right? So, I guess also the Relter at the start, bygone. But yeah, you see there that once he got it into the pen, there was like a green aura around the Neko, and that's basically saving it in the stables. And then the next time we come back, the Neko will leave a little present for us, which is basically going to be that Priorite shard. Here we're interacting with Z now, which is going to unlock our ability to use the Mantis again, although we're not going to fly away just yet. We're doing this now so that way we can unlock her shop and be able to buy the
Conditions are perfect.
the wisdom skill. Sliceah, is this the wisdom skill or is this the gambler skill?
This is
I think it's wisdom, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Gamblers on Jeddah.
Which wisdom is just gonna, it just increases the XP of enemies, right?
Yep.
And then gambler, I can't remember what gambler is.
Gambler does the same thing. It increases the XP you get a little bit more than wisdom, except the catch is that if you die, you don't get your XP back. So normally in game, If you die, it's kind of like Dark Souls, where you'll leave like a little imprint at the place where you died, and if you go back there, you can collect all the XP you lost and everything. But if you have Gambler equipped, then you won't be able to do that. Not a huge deal, because like we're never gonna die in the run playing on story
we're on
mode.
Story.
So
Which is even easier than Fallen Order story mode. So
yeah.
A few more collectibles here, and one of the best NPCs in the game, Scuba. He's a little fisherman dude that we need to interact with him 12 different times throughout the world. Most of the times are on Kobo, but he's gonna have different collectible fish to fill in our fish tank back at Highland School.
Parker loves scuba so much he created a category extension just for him.
We do have a category extension for speedrunning, collecting all those fish. It's a pretty fun category.
Shout out to all my fish percent runners in the chat.
I don't think fish is here, but
See what's up ahead, buddy.
Maybe if she watches the VOD.
maybe.
The reason that I'm coming all the way out here for this is because this is one of those other 10 seeds that we need.
Right, yeah.
We can trade this at Doma's shop.
Which we should be able to get all of those seeds, all of the different types of seeds by the end of Kobo 2, which should be plenty of time for us to plant them and wait for them to grow.
Let's stop for a moment.
Always have a bit of a heart stop moment here.
Hollow map.
Yeah. Because it always fakes me
So-
out. It always looks like it's going to, and then it doesn't.
Yeah, so there's a really, really obscure bug within this game that we still don't fully understand what causes it, but sometimes when you do a fast travel, once you arrive at the destination, your hollow map will be stuck open, and the only way to close it is actually by quitting out with the controller only. You cannot do it on PC.
Yeah, none of the keyboard
Unless a
inputs will work. Like, you'll be
Yeah.
hard locked, essentially. If you saw the way that my hollow map kind of stayed on the screen after I fast traveled, usually that's like the precursor to the glitch. But for some
Actually, just
reason,
found out.
it always seems to do it in that area and never actually gives me the glitch.
Yeah. Here we're buying the aerial dash strike ability, which is going to let us do a bunch of different skips. Basically an extra jump, pretty much, as long as there's an enemy near us. We're also going to equip that wisdom perk that we bought from Z. And that was Kobo 1, and now we are on Jeddah.
Segment 2, here we come.
Hang on, BD.
Here we're actually, this is a funny little glitch, but basically that Neko tame is also tied to the Spammel tame, and if you are able to get to Jeddah without dying after you unlock the Neko,
Or quitting out.
or quitting out, yeah, you just can't have a save reloaded in some manner. You can actually call the Spammel right there, which is going to let us skip that entire section walking on foot, probably about 30 seconds or so. We do have to come back to this area for collectibles later, so because we do not have the upgraded essential cable ability yet, and so that's why we're able to do that with that Spammel right there. Little jump here to skip climbing along that banister. And jump into here, and we will meet our other friendly NPC, Marin.
And we'll have our first example of really using ADS for mobility.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a few stormtroopers up on the top ledge at the bottom of the slide. You can use ADS to get up to them really fast and take them all out pretty quick. One of the most satisfying combat sections is just this little section right here.
Yeah, it's pretty great.
And it looks like they found us too. You ready?
Just trying to keep up, Jedi.
You do have to finish out this combat in order to have Marin basically spawn a grapple point for us to get up back to the top section. There's a few collectibles up there. Could have technically have stayed up there, but because these enemies are still here, we haven't been able to collect those collectibles. And so coming back down to fight these guys is much faster than trying to throw your saber at them from up there. Even though that these NPC prompts can sometimes be very slow.
We're off traveling the galaxy. What are you doing on Jeddah?
Jeddah is part of the galaxy council.
Good to know.
I visit Seer from time to time. When I heard the Mantis was arriving, I offered to guide you. We must get to the other side. Yes, that could work. Good. We should hurry, Cal. The storm is coming.
Some of these Fallen Order reminiscent block puzzles.
Circle around the
Although the puzzles in this game are very... It's definitely not as puzzle oriented as Fallen Order, it's more platforming oriented. I feel like most of the puzzles come in like optional areas.
Yeah.
You're gonna see a lot of those in this game, in this run. But in a normal run, you might not even get to those areas. Another forced cutscene or forced combat here to be able to interact with a speeder, which is gonna basically let us get this next grapple point spawned in to progress. After we climb up this little section here, we're gonna need to backtrack a bit to get some more collectibles.
Flame troopers are kind of annoying enemies, just because of how they stagger Cal. But
yeah, if you can get to them close enough before they start firing their flame, they're really easy to take out.
Yeah.
Lost your edge. Be decent. When to take a joke, droid.
Those essences are one of the only types of collectibles that we don't have an animation cancel for.
Through here.
And it's also one of the slowest ones to pick up,
it's
unfortunately.
it's about 10 seconds.
Yeah, thankfully there's a lot fewer of those than there are of chests and treasures and...
Spit. The way is
but yeah, it is a bit of annoying. Inherent time loss that we're gonna get.
Are you trying to kill me?
Sorry, I thought.
It's alright, Cal. Stand by. I will fix this.
Also, annoying scripted segments like this that block you from progressing. Although we can actually open up the BD visor here to regain our momentum much quicker.
Where did you learn that?
Dathamir.
You went home?
Yes. My sisters are gone, but their wisdom remains.
Got another one of the tougher PVCs coming up right here.
Yeah, this one can be rough.
The creature
you wouldn't expect it to be, 'cause it's just a simple door, right? But for some reason the collision box on this is super thick. I think it's mostly because it extends out from the door a bit more than you would expect. bit of an invisible box there. There you go. A few more collectibles, and then we are going to backtrack a little bit to this Scraton layer. In a casual run of this game, you would normally fight a Scraton boss here, but we just need it for exploration in this area. And so by jumping over the ledge and back to the ledge,
Worth a shot.
that's actually going to count for the explanation. We just have to sort of enter that area.
Although you want to be
And
careful that
come-
you don't fall down there
Is the base
because
far?
Yeah.
I don't think.
Then you're going to have to wait for the Scraton to...
But I actually don't know that it will spawn the Scraton.
You must have seen the entire galaxy.
I don't know if I've ever tested it for this
Amazing.
route, but I have entered from that area and it will spawn. You just gotta wait for Marin to get down there, which
okay.
can
These are
take
dark
like 30
times.
seconds for her to
I helped those.
teleport in.
I fell down there one time during
You
Jedi
as
2
well.
when you're fighting the bounty hunters on the roof,
Wherever I went.
and I just
You
got
will
stuck
never
down
fall
there
from my
because the Scraton wouldn't spawn and there's no way to get out without beating
Yeah,
the
that
Scraton.
might soft lock you
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
because it's not
Let's not wait to find out.
it's not this part of the of the
Yeah.
story, right? So that boss wouldn't be there.
Yeah.
I need her help.
I just couldn't
That's one
remember
thing.
if like because you're supposed to fall down there from the top, and I couldn't remember if the trigger normally is at the top or if it would be
Yeah, because
in the bottom.
Jedi 2, you've gone to Tanalorr, so yeah. Once in this game, once you fly to the final planet on the game, it basically sets all the other planets into their endgame state, which is going to despawn a lot of like the main story bosses,
Can you go any faster?
as well as despawn some collectibles tied to those. So that's something that we will be doing in the run, is going to that final. I mean, obviously we need to get collectibles there, but we want to save it until we're sure that we've done everything else. So that we're not locking ourselves out of a single skill point or something.
Yeah. I like to joke that, so in any percent, the glitch that's used to unlock Tanalorr early was called early Tanalorr. And, which, you know, makes sense. And we would use that glitch in 100%, but we just don't do it until, like, pretty much after we're already done with the main story. And so I used to laugh because Parker's split name for that was early, in quotes, Tanalorr.
Yeah, or not so early
Yeah,
Tanalorr. I think I've used those
not so early
before.
Tanalorr, yeah.
Can you hear me?
Technically the same glitch
don't see her
that's used in any percent. At least a version of it,
Yeah,
but
we just don't do it until almost 5
We don't
hours
do it
into the run. No.
What now?
We must keep moving.
this segment of the game is one of the slowest and most
Yeah.
obnoxious ones, because
Another one of those sort of playable cutscenes.
yeah.
Are you alright?
But as Parker has tested, it is unfortunately required.
Where'd this vandal run off to?
Yeah, I tried skipping Marin in this route, and I got to the end of a run with 2%
This way.
of my save file missing. All collectibles collected. This was just happened to be one thing that I did skip, which we deduced was the issue. Could have been something else, but we had multiple people double check my save and couldn't think of anything other than skipping Marin and this boss fight.
Nice, I got the skip.
Nice. So yeah, if you kill that boss fight really fast, it'll just teleport you into the cutscene right away. Other times, you'll have to like actually grapple onto them to start that cutscene.
I have an unconfirmed theory that it's, you see how at the end of the cutscene, Cal is kind of slides there?
Oh
I
yeah.
think it's if you, like when you're sliding into that area, if you jump off of it while you're still in the slide animation, I think it kind of messes with his grounded position a little bit. And so when you beat the
Yeah,
ATST,
maybe.
it just teleports you to the top instead of making you do the grapple. But that's just a theory. Haven't really
You
tested
also
it.
like took him out. Like your last saber swing, he still had a bit of
Can't go
chunk
wrong
of
with
health
more
left, and I think maybe if you like just have a little bit more of a sliver of health left, it could
Yeah, that
cause
could be
him
it
to go
too.
into that state, maybe.
Also, coming up right here is one of my
Survived the
favorite,
first
like,
storm together.
it's not even really a trick, but it's one of my favorite little movement things in the game.
How long are you staying on Jeddah?
I don't know. But
It's
I am
basically the
excited to
equivalent, it's the same mechanics as a stab launch, except
bad.
instead of
You opened up a cantina.
using the stab, we're using the momentum of Cal sliding down the
Nothing's
hill.
more important to Grace than family.
I just think it looks
Yeah,
really
it
cool.
just launches you up so you can get up to that ledge real quick. Saves like 3 seconds total probably, but
But it looks cool, and that's what matters.
yeah. Swag strats and 100%
Exactly,
run,
swag strats in an 8-hour run.
Master Cordova, did you find the Zepho?
Only faint traces of their passage, heading deep into the unknown regions.
It's also really
Sorry
easy,
to hear
so
that.
it's not
Yeah,
really
you don't even
any
have to-
risk of
yeah.
doing.
Ultimately, that
Yeah.
failure inspired me to seek out other Jedi survivors. That search led me back.
All you have
my
to do is just
own
not jump
purpose.
too early.
How
There's actually, if you're all the way on that right side,
That
you can
doesn't
actually
sound good.
just kind of run
Had a
up
few
that
scrapes, but
edge too.
I'm still breathing.
and I'm
A
glad.
few different ways to get
I
through
heard
there.
some news about a Jedi terrorist on Coruscant not long ago.
Here we are entering the archive and we're meeting up with Eno Cordova and Seer, who
You should see
are
the other
characters from
guys.
the first game, from Fallen Order. This is the first time that we meet them in Jedi Survivor.
It is critical, of course, that our work remains secret.
Another semi-playable cutscene, but as soon as we take this elevator down, we'll regain full control of Cal.
Meanwhile, Merrin and I will lead on to the So,
And basically, we're just going to Seer here to meet her. It's going to unlock the Shattered Moon planet. And then after that, we're also going to be able to unlock the Blaster Stance and that subtree of skills.
Now we're only about 20 minutes away from Air Dash, which I like to joke is when the run
I will
really
escort you back to
starts.
the Mantis.
That's where, yeah, that's where it
I've been
at least becomes a lot more enjoyable than having to do these chain dashes everywhere.
Yeah.
It's just a lot easier on your wrists too. And now, typically in a casual run, you would be getting on the Mantis now, but we can actually just clip through this hangar door and come out into the open world of Jeddah. Normally not even allowed to get here without doing a lot of progression on other planets. But we have the power of F11, so we can do pretty much anything we want to in this game.
We meet again.
Yeah, he's not kidding. If you haven't seen Parker's Seer % run, where you beat the game as playing as Seer, you should check that out. It's one of the best
That's pretty
showcases of
busted, yeah.
one of the best showcases of how much you can absolutely break this game.
Together.
Yeah, there is a playable section which actually in 100% it's probably one of the only sequences that we actually completely skip. But there is a section at the end of the game where you can play as Seer. It's basically just Seer's model over top of Cal's body, Seer's skin.
Yeah.
And so if you're able to escape from that area, when
Which
you're
we can
still
do
Seer, and
using F11.
Haven't heard from him
Yep.
since Coruscant.
And make your way to the Mantis where it first landed on Jeddah, you can actually fly away from Jeddah as Seer, and then you can from there get to Tanalorr. The one thing with that though is that as soon as you quit out or die, you will
Hang on, BD.
reload as Calskin instead. It's also funny because you'll have all of Cal's voice lines, but you'll be playing as Seer.
Yeah, it's
And all the cutscenes will also show Seer instead of Cap.
yeah, it's an incredibly broken game state, and it's hilarious to watch. It involves, just to give you an idea too, it involves riding a Spammel out of bounds.
Yeah.
Parker, you want to talk about what we're going to be doing over here?
Okay, yeah. So this little area here, the Path of Persistence, this is the only one of the 3 paths of persistence that we can do in Jeddah right now. The other 2 we need the Ascension Cable to be able to get through. Each one of these has a perk slot. We rerouted this into Jeddah 1 so that we would be able to get that perk slot early, which that's going to be what enables us to get that Gambler perk equipped much earlier in the run than we used to be able to.
Let's hang on to this.
And so there's a kind of a precise order we need to do things here because we don't have air dash yet. But basically we have this puzzle block. We're trying to get this little orb up to the top of this section. But as we do that, there's a bunch of collectibles around that we also want to get. Up here is going to be one of the most difficult PNFTs of the... Actually, not right away. We're going to do a little jump here to a chest. And then from that chest ledge is going to be one of the most difficult PNFTs.
Yeah, if you remember earlier when we were talking about ledge guard, this is one of those areas that doesn't have ledge guard. So you have to be really good, and you have to block really quickly.
Yeah, that's another thing is that, so in a PNFT state, we can use block to basically regain our ability to double jump. And so because there's nothing below us, we need to be able to get that double jump fast enough to be able to get to that ledge. Yeah, nice.
Yeah, so it can be a little tricky.
Yep. And we can push that orb back up to the top and make our way up to the top to unlock the perk slot. We do want to actually push the orb before we start fighting with these enemies up here because it does take a second for that orb to, I don't know, get absorbed by this like pillar mountain thing and actually unlock the perk slot for us to be able to pick it up. Just so happens to be like the perfect amount of time that we can kill the enemies during that time we wait.
Wonder what that does.
And there it appeared. Yep.
What's something you learned traveling the galaxy?
That sometimes it is best not to ask questions, and to keep your eyes on the path ahead.
And now we won't really be making any more detours until we get air dash, apart from just collectibles that are directly on our route.
Well fought, beast. You remind me of home, you know. Were you hungry? Now you will feed the other creatures.
So up here is one of the...
This is a good find.
One of the really annoying treasure droids. However, we do come back to this area of Jeddah a few more times in the run, so...
But I'm always... I try to get him very quickly there, you could see. Because if he starts running, he is really annoying to chase.
Make sure the others are rested. We must set out soon.
As you say.
Also, I think... I'm gonna try to showcase a trick that I don't usually do here.
Collect and preserve
ledge launch.
Yeah. I'm just gonna give it 1 or 2 attempts.
Sure.
But
yeah, so Slice is about to do what we call a ledge launch. It's essentially the same thing as a PBL, it's just much harder because the timing window is much shorter. This is actually one of the easier ones to do, but
And even
basically
then,
gonna
it's
set up on this.
it's very inconsistent.
Yeah. But we're basically gonna set up on this block and aim ourselves across this canyon, and we're gonna try to hopefully launch across this cannon.
Give it like one
But basically,
more.
we're trying to PBC as we're as Cal's pulling himself up. The ledge grab.
All right, I'm not gonna waste any more
Fair
time
enough,
on it.
yeah. It doesn't. Theoretically, it only saves. I don't know.
30
15 seconds, I
yeah,
think, is what we
20
get.
20 seconds or so, give or take, 20-30 seconds.
It basically just saves some backtracking later in the run. Although it is very hard to do, so if you don't get it first try, you're pretty much wasting time. Although if our goal was just to get air dash as quick as possible, it would definitely be a big time save over coming this way. It's just we have to come this way for collectibles regardless. So
Yeah. And whether we do this now or during Jedi 2, the only difference is whether we have air dash for this or not, and so
yeah.
I wonder if destroying the holocron
it's really
had
not
any
that much faster.
We protected the children on that list.
Especially because you can do some shortcut jumps like those
hunting them down.
that
Yeah. Negates the need of
make
air
it
dash.
make it pretty quick.
It's also a fairly short section
Master
here,
Junior
so
is expecting you.
air dash isn't as useful as per se the start of Kobo 1. There's this little chest behind this block. I want to use that block to jump back over to the other side. And this is actually where the game will tell you that you've gone to, I think it was a little bit earlier, but there's an anchor 8 standing out the previous door that basically is like, you cannot go this way.
Yes,
But
the temple is abandoned.
we can clip
and
through
well
walls, so
fortified.
we
Perfect
can go
place to
this
hide
way.
from the Empire.
So we thought.
I am one with the F11, and the F11 is with me.
Yeah.
Take the back route. It is the fastest way.
That looks
For the first right end of the run, I believe so. This is an enemy that we do want to get the scan for. They also give
Did you find the panel?
probably the most XP out of any
but we
just
found
normal
some
enemy,
devices from the High
so
Republic. Master
good
Kudoga's
one to pick
inspecting
up.
them now.
We will see a few
Jedi
more
Master acquired
throughout the run.
Yeah, I typically wait to get the scan for the
Cross
golden
any other
Scryton.
Jedi on your travels?
No.
Gotcha. Yeah, and that scan is for the holotactics battles at the end of the game.
Nice.
There's a few levels that are really easy when we use the Scryton there.
Empire's closing in.
Let's split up.
Holotactics basically being just a mini game where you almost set up like a
Watch yourself out there.
chessboard.
Yeah, it's kind of like auto chess, basically.
Yeah.
Welcome,
It's the
traveler.
one part of the run
Started
that's
long ago.
almost entirely RNG, and that's why it's one of my least favorite. It's also just really boring.
Yeah, it's like 15 minutes of just placing droids down pretty much.
Yeah.
And hoping that they kill everything without dying. And RNG's never fun in an 8-hour run.
No.
Very end of the run.
I have horror stories, believe me. Parker knows. One Trick knows.
Careful
I think
not to
Garbage
touch
was there
anything.
too, actually.
Don't want to wake the dead. Devoted to the very
I don't know if I
end.
saw that incident live, but yeah.
Actually, that's right. You weren't there for that live, but for those wondering, I had a run at one point where I went minus 13. I went from, let's see, I was, I think 9 minutes ahead, and I ended up like 13 minutes behind.
Yeah, pretty ridiculous. You died like, how many times was it on just the same one?
I think it was 7 or 8.
Yeah, I think you ended up completely changing the setup that we were using for
Yeah,
that based
I
on
did.
that.
I
Yeah.
did. And now it works great.
Yeah.
But
That Jedi scroll in that corner there is one that I always end up forgetting. It's just in that little pot there. It's also pretty bad one to miss because we're not really coming back to this area.
You come back here at the end of
once
Jedi.
we get the fish, right? Yeah, at the end of this Jedi. If you didn't realize until Jedi 2, it might be a lot worse.
Yeah.
This say anything about the path?
So this is my outfit that I like to wear.
Direction. Onwards, travel.
Jedi. Nice.
Encouraging.
I do this in every
Got
run.
a new toy.
Oh dear. Been a while since I've done that.
It's easy to get knocked off course around here. Let's move carefully.
Yeah, that jump can be pretty precise. I actually didn't even realize that there was a platform like on the pillar right before it when I was when I first played this game casually. So I kept trying that jump to the wall run over and over, thinking that was the intended path, and I was raging a bit at that one. Those dash strikes there to that chest, it's a little bit behind now, but there's some segments of this game where there's some like way onto that basically pushing on Cal, causing him to be forced into a walking state. Using those dash strikes basically lets us go right through that and keep the momentum, same momentum of a dash strike. It's much faster than walking.
That'll give us a boost.
I'm actually just trying to push this block here and not these troopers. There you go.
I'll get you.
Although I do like to kill the jet trooper in that area because sometimes he can follow you over to this area and make it so that Peely won't talk to you.
Yeah, Pilly here is another NPC that she's gonna basically allow it to plant the seeds at Pylon Saloon. So very important one to get on your first trip to Jeddah. Otherwise, you're gonna have to come back here much earlier than we would be normally.
We're desperate to find our way.
Just to make sure that that time gate on the seeds is satisfied.
Yeah, the seeds in general are one of the most annoying parts of the run.
Yeah, you will see. Some of them just do not want to get picked up either. Very specific ones.
Although I've actually figured out the secret to one of those because I know which one. I know one of the ones you're talking about.
Let's be careful with this.
Yeah.
Which, if that gives you any idea of how much both of us have run this category, that I know exactly which seed out of like 200 some Parker is talking about.
And the fact that I know that he's talking about the same one without even mentioning the area or anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder how long this has been here.
It's one in the middle of Kobo 3 that I'll talk about when we get there.
I did what I could, but there is an Imperial unit up ahead. Thought I should
Yeah, it's
warn
also
you.
around like
Sounds good.
6 other ones.
Yeah.
So you could just forget that single one, too.
It's also in an area where the lighting is super weird, so it could be like hard to see the particles and know if you actually got it or not. It's just all in all a very unideal seed.
Gotta stay calm.
So I like to kind of use this rock right here as one of those visual cue references that I mentioned for PBCs, because the laser gates have some really weird collision.
Yeah, the laser gates are much thicker than like just normal doors. It's one of the this is the blaster specific course here. Thankfully, only a small amount of enemies, but the blaster stance is a bit awkward. when we're used to using the single stance for the rest of the run. Yeah, and that red laser you see there, that's basically doing the scan on some of the enemies. Not all of them are necessary, but for all tactics, certain ones.
Good job.
I don't know why it's not letting me get a rocket here, but that's fine.
Did you already get one? Maybe?
I didn't think so.
It's gone now. We did it.
There's a few in Assault Rift, Forest Ray, maybe. I don't remember, but
It's okay. I can get it during the dual wield rift.
yeah.
That's usually when I do it anyway, I think.
Look at this.
Ready yourself for combat.
Another very missable Jedi scroll there. Kill these enemies to
Find a way into the
unlock another Marin prompt. It's basically going to clear this debris, blocking our path.
Still impressive.
And we can actually use the dash strike ability to get a little head start while she's
It's coming from that chamber. No treasure's worth dying for.
and another very missable collectible. Jedi has a lot of those.
Yeah. Yep. That's why, that's one of the reasons why, so the final two segments of the run are Jeddah 2 and Kobo 4, our last trip to Jeddah and our final trip on Kobo. And so there are a lot of
Been here for
like
a long
last
time.
collectibles in those segments.
Place is
They can be
strong.
pretty stressful because you're basically getting all of the stuff that you've skipped before, and so it's very easy to miss something.
Yeah, and there's nothing worse than flying away from Jeddah and then realizing that, oh wait, I missed something, I have to fly back there.
Yep.
And now you just have to wait for the travel time, as well as the fast travel time to wherever that collectible was, going to pick it up, and then doing it all over again. And there we go, we got the air dash ability
Brace
there.
yourself, BD.
Came up fast.
He always knows where to guide me.
And now we can do
I don't know my next
a
step.
bunch of chain dash. This is gonna be our fastest moving tech now. It's just chain dashing
See
this
for yourself.
over and over again. Additionally, you'll see that we can use dash twice in the same jump sometimes, and that's if we dash over the edge of a ledge. Basically, gonna act like we didn't use it. Let's get an extra one for some extras.
Ramia's still in there.
Let's split up. I will distract you first, trust me.
Be careful. I'll see you inside.
Grabbing this med point here for a bit of safety. Also grabbing some skills. We're gonna get the power of friendship skill here, which basically when, sorry for my dog, you guys heard that? But this skill is basically gonna allow us to use a stim and replenish some of our force speeder, which is gonna make for a lot of the ADS strats that you're gonna see a lot more viable. Such as this one here, where we basically need to
This
throw a
nice
trooper to
little
one
trooper is going
platform.
to help us get across this bridge,
Yeah,
whether he likes it or not.
yeah, but the middle platform, we have no real means of gaining extra force after we've used it to throw him over there.
Oh, that's
And
really
so
unfortunate.
that power of friendship skill is going to be super handy. Oh, and yeah, a little short.
Okay. My double dash didn't want to go there.
Wind.
He didn't get hit by my third push, unfortunately. It's
Yeah. Sometimes if the trajectory is a little too low, they can be a bit too far away from you to where that push won't actually trigger. And then sometimes if your trajectory is too high, you just won't go far enough. So, very precise with some of those throws.
Dude.
Oh.
This first one never gives me trouble. It's the second one.
The second one is tougher, but yeah, if you haven't been practicing it too much recently, it can be.
Hey, why you gotta call out how much I haven't been practicing?
Yeah, I actually don't know if you've been practicing or not. I'm just speaking in general terms.
Okay, I'm gonna take a little bit more time with this one. Dude, what? I could just go vanilla here, but I want to showcase this.
Yeah, sure. It's definitely lost time at this point, but it is a cool strat. And it's odd that the whole lower section there, we don't actually need to go there for exploration.
Yeah, there are just certain trigger points.
There's a certain trigger point that we need to drop down to, which we already did for one of them. There's another one later.
There we go.
Yeah, nice. Oh, your force came back right at the right time.
Oops, that's not what I want to do. Come on, hit me.
Yep, and so there we can, yeah, you can see him hit Cal. We can use the power of friendship, the stim, basically fully refill our force so we can actually get another throw over. Nice. And yeah, so one weird thing with that is once enemies get too far away from their darting position, they'll just despawn like you saw there. And so you only really get one chance after you throw them over.
Incredible.
Yeah, and that's the one that's definitely harder.
Although there's a backup strat that doesn't lose much time.
Yeah, there's a backup PNFT there that you can do.
Gotta hurry. Brother Armias can't hide forever.
Yeah, so we'll probably be down a couple minutes on this split, but
You know
that's
what to
fine.
do. Sanctuary to all who seek. Sounds too good to be true.
Pilgrim Sanctuary should prove a worthy
Another very
location
easy to
for
miss
the
scan there, but
Proximity to
can
the
get it
Empire is
later.
ideal.
Although
With a bit of your
when we come back later, there's going to be a massive fight here, and so it's less ideal to save that because we will have to do more combat to be able to interact with it. So with PNFT we can do down here, skip a little platforming section. Some more PVCs through doors in this green barrier, which we'll very soon actually be able to just go through these barriers normally.
Yep, in about 6 or 7 minutes. Actually, probably more like 5 minutes.
Probably less.
Glad we found this before the Empire could.
Good timing.
We do have to go up to that little ledge there just for exploration.
Doesn't sound good. This place won't hold long.
And yeah, this next area up until we get to the Marion Charm building, which is going to be what allows us to go through those green gates, is fairly vanilla. Just some platforming, a little bit of swimming.
Oh.
Just realized today that's the only section of swimming that's entirely forest.
Really?
In a vanilla playthrough, yeah.
I'd like to believe
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Everything else is just for some extra chests or.
That should give our operation covered from Imperial.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's quite a bit of it in Fallen Order, no?
Yeah,
Like
there's a lot more in
Kashyyyk,
Fallen Order.
Kashyyyk, Ilum.
Kashyyyk mainly.
Yeah,
I'm not as familiar with Fallen Order though, so.
Me either. I've
Yeah.
played through it casually, but that's about it.
Test at the bottom here, another very infamous one.
In the right place. What do you think?
And up here, there's actually a priorite shard hidden behind this.
This is where they've been hiding.
Yep, this
Hunted by
mechanical
the
thing. But then we can just PVC through this. We don't actually have to complete that puzzle.
What is it, buddy?
And this is where that scroll Parker was talking about earlier.
Everyone, this way.
Right in the corner of
Yep.
this room over here. There's supposed to be a Jedi scroll, but it doesn't spawn during this.
For some reason, it doesn't spawn during this trip, which
So-
very, very frustrating. So we need to do that swimming section again later and get all the way back here.
Let's get these codes to see her. We got this thing's attention.
That's the Merit's Charm ability. Now we're going to be able to actually go through these, dash through these green barriers. It's also going to reset our dash. You'll see some very tricky forest tiers later on that require those.
Yeah.
Which I know people have had a very hard time doing those casually. I see people complaining about those on Reddit like all the time.
I mean, if it's something that gives speedrunners issue, you know it's probably going to be hard for casual players to do. I rarely ever get that one first try in a run.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, it's pretty tough. Have about 6 hours of gameplay, and then all of a sudden do that and just do it first try. Yeah.
Another route. There's a lot of patrol.
We can manage. Dasamir. It's over. That won't be the last of them.
Yeah, and this next sequence of the game is again very vanilla. Basically just take down this big trident robot.
That guy has god aim.
Cool. Yeah.
Jump through, Cal! Now!
I can't believe this.
Believe it! Well done!
I remember thinking this section is super cool as a casual player. Doing it in a speedrun though is kind of annoying.
There's not any real gain for time here.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's visually one of the most stunning parts of the game for sure.
Nice one, Cal!
It almost feels like a Sonic the Hedgehog boss. Like quick time events-esque.
Having fun?
A little bit more involved.
We can't keep this up.
I have an idea, but I need an opening. Then we stand together.
Yeah, so we lost about 2 minutes from the stuff on the bridge.
Now or never.
Very good pace though.
I would say, yeah, it's still not bad pace.
It's a big one.
Yeah. Is that split time? Is that plus total or is that plus just the split?
I don't know what you're looking at.
I see the previous segment at the bottom of your timer. Okay, so yeah. The one next to the split time, that's your plus total. So yeah, we're about plus 3 minutes of his PV.
How did you do that?
Pace.
A ritual I learned
Total?
when I returned to
That
Definier.
segment was about 2 minutes.
It is taxing.
You okay?
There's a few more things we need to clean up
I am
on
fine.
Jeddah 1.
Come on. Let's get these codes to Seer.
A few collectibles
Map of
in
the
this
region.
it's
There's Pilgrim Sanctuary
I
across
forget what it's
the
called, the
bridge.
Winding
Wonder what those markers mean.
Passage or something. It's a area that has filled with wind. It's one of my least favorite. Whistling Drop, that's right. It's one of my least favorite areas to traverse through.
Yeah, it's
casually
really annoying.
and in this run. There's a few boxes that we basically have to pull in order to stop this wind to allow us to move more freely.
Everyone has the strength to make the journey.
Luckily we have air dash, which allows us to go against the wind a little bit, so it makes this slightly easier. But it's still pretty annoying.
Yeah, this climbing section especially. Very easy to try to use air dash here to speed up your climb and then just completely get blown away. So it's better to be safer there. Fight the enemies here because there's a chest that will be unobtainable otherwise. Although we probably want to fight that Scryton regardless for the XP we get.
Yeah, another one of those areas where we're kind of just stuck going through it as intended, with the only difference being that we have air dash, where normally in this area you wouldn't have air dash yet.
Yeah, so like this climbing here, we can do a lot faster because of that.
Onwards, traveler. Cross over. Cross over to what?
Up here, we are backtracking a little bit here, but that's because now that we have the air dash ability, and Marin's Charms ability.
Oh,
There's a first tier that we're gonna be able to do now. Oh. Oh. I don't think he ran away, did he though?
Yeah, he just did.
Oh. Oh, yep. So that's what happens when you're a little bit late to those droids. They're gonna burrow in there, and then they're not gonna come back out until you basically rest at a med point, quit out, anything like that. That would reload enemies. So unfortunately, that means that at the end of Jedi 1, the very end, we're gonna need to come back here real quick to try to get these.
It's actually not terrible though, because I have to do a quit out at the end of Jedi anyway.
It's not too bad, yeah. It's not the worst one to miss, but it could be an annoying one. It's a pretty tricky one to get because I'm just running straight away from you, and there's also a wind coming down.
There it is. Yeah. That's what blocked my air dash.
Yeah.
Oops. Sometimes when you kill this Mogu, its body will kind of float up in the air. It's really funny.
Oh yeah.
That did the trick.
Another funny thing you can do with those guys, if you PVC when they do like their grab slam attack, sometimes it'll just launch you right up into the sky. Not really useful at all for this run. It's just kind of funny. Nor any run, really. Last time we were here, we went up to the left. This time we're gonna go to the right into this crypt room. First, there's a scan we need to get, but these enemies are aggroed, so we need to kill them. Scan first. Sometimes they can take a while to actually run out here.
What's that, bud? Seek not the path. Return to stillness, traveler. The wind is easy to say when you're already.
A few more collectibles in this area, and then PVCing through basically this puzzle door.
Its master.
Normally, you're supposed to push these little boxes in a certain pattern. Which, do you even know how you're supposed to determine that pattern?
Yeah, it's
like
on the it's the pillars that are on that place by Peely, you know.
Okay.
Like over top of where Peely is.
Have enough of these.
Sure.
Where the Jedi scroll is. There
Right,
are pillars.
yep,
There are pillars set up in the pattern that you're supposed to do this. Now I don't remember how you're supposed to know that that's what those pillars are.
Yeah, right. I mean, I guess it's somewhat close by, but yeah. But we could just PVC through it, so. Another fish from Scuba. And we've been talking about the Gambler perk a little bit here, which is actually locked behind this next boss fight. Although we won't quite have 7 perk slots yet, we'll be able to equip the Gambler. We do have enough to replace it with Wisdom. Gambler will give us a little bit extra XP than Wisdom will, and so it makes sense to replace it, and then we can use both of them once we unlock that 7th perk slot. A little bit into Kobo 2. Actually, it's end of Kobo 2?
Yeah, it's right. Well,
yeah,
we unlock it early on, but we can't like use it until
There's only force.
After Luger Hulk. Because Z is captured during.
Right.
What am am I doing? That's not what I need to do. I need to do perks. We were just talking about it and then I forgot to do it. Switch wisdom for gambler. And now we quit out.
And this quit out is mostly safety to, at the end of Kobo 1, we mentioned how there's a hollow map glitch that can basically cause a soft lock after fast traveling. This quit out is basically just to reload the game, just a little bit of safety so that we can avoid that glitch. That's the one thing that we do know about that glitch, is that it only ever occurs on your first session of the game. And quitting out or dying will basically cause that to not happen. So.
And for whatever reason, I was getting it like 100% consistently on that fast travel, which is why I have since just stopped.
Yeah, even in world record attempts, PB attempts, he'll still be doing that.
Yep.
So.
Thought I could make it to that wall run up there, but I guess not. Whatever.
Should be able to climb up there, but I mean, this isn't that much slower at this point, anyways. So.
Yeah.
But yeah, had to backtrack a little bit for that droid, that treasure droid. But that's pretty much the end of Jeddah. We do need to talk to Seer in the archive first, but after we do that, we can head off to Kobo for the second visit to Kobo. I think that's probably where I'm going to leave you, Sliceah.
Sounds good.
It's been a good start to the run.
Yeah.
Hope it continues that way.
Me too. I've appreciated having you here.
Yeah. Yeah, well, enjoy the rest of the run. Good luck to you, Sliceah, and yeah, enjoy everybody that's watching.
Thank you. Feel free to check
make
in
sure to
tomorrow
try
morning.
To catch the VOD. Yeah. See how it goes. Hopefully no big soft locks or anything. Hopefully all tactics goes well. But yeah.
Alrighty, sounds good.
Peace out. Have a good night.
Later, Burger.
Go back to Coruscant.
All right.
Maybe those anchorites aren't so bad after all.
Didn't you call them weirdos?
That was before Seer told me they're helping those poor refugees hide from the Empire.
That right?
Yeah, working with the group called the Hidden Path. Real hush-hush stuff, so keep it in the family.
Understood. Seems like you've got a nice crew. Well, former.
Yeah, so as Parker mentioned,
Do I? So,
we're going back to Kobo for our second trip.
Find out how to cross the abyss by tracking down Dagon's old hall.
We're mainly gonna be doing the Lucre Hulk section, if anyone is familiar with the story. Yeah, typically this segment takes about a little over an hour, maybe an hour and 10 minutes, give or take, if it goes well. Lucre Hulk is it can be a pretty fun segment. There's some interesting out of bounds and some cool movement tech that we get to use.
Welcome to Kobo.
So yeah, looking forward to that. So before we head to the Lucre Hulk, we do have some things like on the surface of Kobo that we're gonna do.
Check it out.
Devastated Settlement is one of those. So we'll be doing the settlement and then heading over to the Lucre Hulk from there.
No pods. There's only cow.
Luckily, we're able to do most of both Settlement and Lucre Hulk in one go. Like I said, we do have to come back.
Doma's interested in
Mentioned earlier, we do have to make a return trip to the Lucre Hulk for a bounty hunter thing later on. But there's really no collectibles that we have to get during that segment, so we'll get pretty much all of them during the first trip. Also, something small, I am going to make a little bit of a roundabout path over to the seed so that we can trigger Ashjavi's dialogue there, which will just make things a little bit faster when I get to talk to them afterwards. We don't have to wait for DDEC to do his little beatboxing thing. Quite a few seeds in this area. Some of them can be easy to miss, so...
useful in the garden. No.
That.
So if I hadn't walked around to that seed in a weird way, I would have had to wait for DDEC to like just stand there and wait for the beatboxing to be over. So instead, I like to trigger that dialogue first so that we can get those seeds while that's happening. Got a priorite shard in this cave.
I bet Z can get the data off this disk. That must be the way out.
Some
I get there.
super Neko jumps to get us out of here. But yeah, I don't know if we actually mentioned earlier, but yeah, that glitch with the Neko where we F11 in the middle of the Neko jumping, we call that a super Neko jump or SNJ. So if you ever hear SNJ, that's what that's talking about.
Right?
Earlier when look at that. Red Neko. Earlier when we were talking about rare Nekos, we were talking about inconvenient places for it to happen. This, for some reason, seems to be one that my game likes to do. I seem to get a lot of them in that area, and it's a pretty inconvenient one. You have to do quite a lot of backtracking to get this guy up to the stable. So fortunately in this run we already have one, so it's not an issue. But yeah, like if I didn't have one before, I would have had to take this red one over there, and it would have added quite a bit of time.
Ready, BD?
So that's another one of our perk slots. So now we only need one more to be able to equip both Wisdom and Gambler. And we're gonna get that last one at the end of Lucre Hole, because we've got I believe we have enough data discs to purchase it, but Z is technically still kidnapped by Dagon, which means that we can't access her shop because she's not in the saloon. So we've got to free her first before we can get that last perk slot. So one of the skills that I just picked up is called Vortex Dive. It's a double blade stance skill, and it's the one that I talked about earlier as being really helpful for killing bosses quickly.
Seeds would be perfect for planning in the garden.
We'll have our first example of it pretty soon here.
More priorite. Wonder what this will fetch a dumbest shot.
Basically, Cal does a little like spin move with the double blade saber. It has a really wide hitbox and it does a lot of damage. So it's great for like single target enemies that have big hitboxes, because you'll hit them with like every you'll hit them with basically every tick of damage. So right. So I do have to come over here and walk up this slope just for exploration. Then we're gonna come over here to the treasure droid.
Yeah.
Another easily missable echo.
That's it. Give it a try. Not bad, huh?
I feel great.
There you are, good as new. Almost. Clone Wars weren't yesterday.
Did we win?
Nope.
Oh no.
The droid dialogue is always so good.
I don't see anything like a settlement.
Alright, so I want to pick up this med pad real quick because we're going to go take a little detour and then warp back here to continue going forward towards the devastated settlement. But first we're going to go this way and pick up some collectibles in this area over here.
What?
Sometimes you can jump up the side of the wall right there.
He's dead. I gotta get out of here.
Okay, a little SNJ up here, and we need to bring the Neko with us. That little overhang is being annoying. There we go.
Thanks for the ride.
So we gotta scan here first.
What's that?
Another SNJ up here, and then one more to get all the way up to the top of this tower. Now we don't need the Neko anymore, we can let him go. So that is the vortex dive, what I just did right there. There's a Pyrite shard here as well. I don't want you. Right here. And an echo. Both of these can be pretty easy to forget.
Well fought, but you are outmatched. This is my tower. What do you want? To offer you something.
Slice chest. One more super battle droid. And then we got this echo. And now we can just warp back to that medpad that we just logged.
Force is with me.
This is another place that I've gotten a rare Neko spawn before, which is pretty annoying also. Having it out of the way by Koba, like during Koba 1, is just it's such a a relief knowing that you don't have to pay attention to it anymore. Because especially the later you get into the run, the more you start thinking about, oh boy, I still don't have a rare Neko. Like,
Axiom Brew tracked us down.
this guy, once we knock him down, we can just spam with improved footwork. Take him out.
Everybody's got rockets except me. Hey, not bad. Come on, buddy. Still gotta find Dagon's retreat.
So if we jump off of that relter with good timing like that, we can go ahead and get up here immediately, which saved us some climbing. It's a fairly precise trick. It's not like crazy or anything, but we gotta move that block and then pull that thing. And this is where we're introduced to a new type of puzzle that we have to do, where these beams of purple light will essentially melt Kobo matter. And so pretty soon we're going to have the ability to spray Kobo matter on the ground, and the idea is to sort of bridge a path from the beams of purple light to whatever you need to burn. But that'll make more sense in a minute here.
Let's go, baby.
We got a seed, a data disk, and a scan here.
Let's catch that updraft.
One of each type of collectible, basically. Another seed on that corner right there. And I am going to do a safety save right here because there is a glitch that can happen with the BD ability that we're about to get that will soft lock you. It's very rare. I've only gotten it once, but the only way to fix it is by quitting out. So. I want to make sure I don't have to do that, and just do the save. So, alright, so I'll show you right here. This is the first example of how good Vortex Dive is. It absolutely shreds these enemies.
Welcome, Jedi. In each world the Republic reaches out to, there are new opportunities to share and learn. And this planet has much to teach us.
Their hitboxes are so big that they get hit by pretty much every rotation of damage, which makes them die very quickly.
Kobo matter. It's overgrown.
So this is the Kobo grinder. So this is what I was talking about. We can now spray Kobo matter, and we can use it to essentially create bridges from the purple light to burn out these obstacles. To get collectibles, to open new areas, stuff like that. So that is going to be our next sort of puzzle, our next sort of type of puzzle. We're going to see quite a few of these across Kobo
Working together
as we go along,
and the Jedi Order can understand the mysteries
and the Shattered Moon as well. There's a little bit.
For the greater good. The Force guides our path.
Sounds like the order I remember.
It can be kind of wonky. It's not the best, not the most optimized tool, but
Did we shoot it?
I heard Master Kree talking of their dreams for the Abyss.
It is unbecoming to gossip and to eavesdrop.
Yes, Master. My apologies.
Alright, so this little offshoot is now complete. We just need to grab our orb and head back outside so that we can access the next level. So we're gonna melt this out, and then we need to position the laser on that grate over there because we're gonna use it for our Kobo sprayer. So
we should be able to ride.
We want to make sure we don't forget to position it like that. Otherwise, we're gonna have to come back because yeah, we need that. But now we can access this other updraft. That's gonna take us over here. And we do have to defeat these enemies, otherwise we won't be able to access the BD visor at all. So yeah, take them down, get our sprayer going, and we need to build it to right there. Got an essence and an echo in here that we need to get. Another very easily missable echo.
What took you so long?
And then there's a guy waiting right here
You don't have to worry about
that will trip you up if you're not expecting it. He can be kind of annoying.
Let's get this data disk back.
We do need to pop our head through into this room just for exploration. And then we're good to go. So we actually don't need to use this last laser to open the last updraft. We can actually get all the way to the top using just this updraft right here. Just like that. We do need to rest at this med pad. We're going to be coming back here later. A couple of times actually. We're going to use that med pad, so we want to make sure we don't forget to register that. Got to scan around the corner here, and then we'll have another boss fight.
I've been dying to meet you.
Oh, come on.
I summon strength.
So this is another one of those bosses that once we knock them down, we can just spam our stabs like that and
arming raiders with lightsabers.
get them down pretty quickly. Scan there. We do need to slice this rather than just PPC because there's a scan right here, and if we don't slice the door, then BD will get stuck on the scan, like the slice prompt, and he won't want to scan that scan because he's gonna try to slice the door instead. So I just slice the door instead of PPCing because it's usually a bit faster. We can sort of walk out of this cutscene. And then we want to have BD start to slice that door before we trigger the next cutscene. A few more collectibles here before we move on.
Whatever this device is, Dagon killed other Jedi for it. Master Cordova said that Centauri Kree had a lab on Kobo's moon. Maybe we can learn more.
And we're almost done with the settlement here. We'll be finishing it up very shortly and heading over to the Lucroak. seeds right there. And then a force tear. This is one of the easiest and fastest force tears. It can be kind of annoying just because the enemies tend to stagger you, but if you take out the rockets first, it's not too bad. And then you can just do this to the pseudobands. And as I mentioned, Vortex Dive just absolutely shreds those large single target enemies.
Alright, that did it.
Okay, we got a PNFT down here.
Nice find. Let's take this back to Z.
Alrighty. And then this is another tricky bit of Relter movement, but we can bring him around the corner like this. Get back up to this platform. We want to take the orb with us. Now we can go ahead and pre-spray that. Thingy, and now if we quickly, not like that. Bit sloppy that. We just want that data disk. Got another one right there. Now we're gonna make our way across to this island right over there. Got a few more collectibles. Looks like we've got a raid. Thank you, Sir Lar, for the raid. Welcome into the final run of Kessel Run this year. I'm doing Star Wars Jedi Survivor 100%. We're about a third of the way through, I would say. Welcome in.
All this piece of junk work. Maybe I'll just smash this stupid thing apart.
Alright, so settlement is now done, and we are heading to Lucrehulk. So you're gonna see a quick PVC right here.
Well, there it is.
And I messed it up. So if you do that PVC right, you can PVC through the trigger for this cutscene right here.
Any sign of the droid?
And skip this cutscene. Unfortunately, I missed it.
Could be a way
It's
in.
a kind of tricky
Best
one.
option I can see.
But
only way to the Lucrehulk is through this swamp.
Oh well.
For you, maybe. You want to ride, BD?
It's about a 25-second time save if you hit it.
Now we just need to rescue Z. Hard to believe anything could live in this swamp. I guess our friend here makes it work. See that building, buddy? Guess someone does live here.
First things first, we got another fish.
What'd you find? We're sinking. Ugh, gotta move.
And now we get to enter the Lucrehulk. This is one of the coolest visuals, I think.
Ship this big before,
like just the sheer scale of the Lucrehulk right here.
Oh, looking forward to it. It's easy in there.
It's very similar to like the crashed Venator in Fallen Order, which is one of my favorite sections of that game. I just love the capital ships. I think they're so cool. Any game that lets you go inside a capital ship and like explore is a big plus in my book. We do want to rest at this med pad. I've mentioned a few times that we do have to come back to the Lucrehulk for a bounty hunter section later on.
There you are. I'll go high.
During that section, all med pads inside the Lucrehulk are locked. You can't fast travel to any of them. So we need to make sure we get that one outside there so that we can fast travel to that one when the time comes. We do need to kill these enemies, unfortunately. We have a scan that we need to get that we won't be able to as long as they're alive.
Think you can break that coupling?
You can go ahead and trigger that mode command, because as Parker pointed out a couple of times, those do take a while. So the earlier you can get that started, the better. Pick up those scans while we wait, and now we can just head straight across.
Get that droid back.
In these big groups of enemies, wrenching pull can be really helpful to just kind of like, most of these guys die in one hit, so you can use wrenching pull to just like pull them all close to you and then just kind of tear through them.
Good work, Cal.
I'm gonna do a super great job of demonstrating that, but there's a force tear on Shattered Moon in the next segment that will really show you what I mean.
This piece of junk could sink any second. Nah, she'll hold. Just wait till you see what's inside.
Alright, we got some platforming coming up here.
I broke into a freighter on the nav once.
Yeah? Any tips?
No, it was nothing like a Lucrehulk. No.
Could you clear this up?
Absolutely.
Wait for boat again. Alright, so up here, we've got a couple of wall runs right here that we can actually do some jumps to get on top of, like so, and use that to skip across to the next area here and skip quite a bit of platforming. Head over here.
I'll make sure the coast is clear. Nice.
past all of these enemies. We don't need to fight them.
There. Never doubted.
Keep going. Gather around. There are no surprises.
Be careful.
We don't need to fight these droids either. We can just run past them. They're worth so little XP anyway that it's really not worth it.
Beaten up warship.
Take them down.
Just like the old days.
That was not what I meant to do.
Where are they going?
All right. Magna Guards are another little mini boss that we can use the that improved footwork strat on. That once they're stunned, we can just spam our stab on them while they're on the ground. Take them out.
I've heard enough droid talk for a lifetime.
I can imagine. Come on, let's keep moving.
You can skip the majority of this. Because luckily you get far enough away from the droids there that you don't register as in combat anymore. Unfortunately, these enemies we do have to fight. Just because we have to slice this door open, and we can't do that in combat.
You can't stop us all.
This fight can be really annoying too, just because these enemies can, as you may have noticed there, they can stun lock you.
Jam door. I wonder.
Good to see you in one piece. Slow up. Enemies nearby. Not bad.
That's how you do it.
And we're gonna have some droidicas coming up. This is where we need to make sure that we get a scan for holotactics, because the droidicas are, as Parker mentioned, the single most important unit for holotactics. They are extremely overpowered.
Look at you now.
Which we'll get a little preview of, because there is one holotactic segment we need to do at the end of Kobo 2. So, alright, what I'm doing right here is a bit of interesting out-of-bounds pathing to avoid a cutscene trigger.
The ship won't fly, but there's a hangar full of craft.
An army, all ours.
That's
ready
bad
to
cycle
scour
timing.
this planet for my lost master.
Yeah, so there's another cutscene with like binoculars that I just used that out of bounds routing to just go around it. So we're gonna start off by going down here towards the barracks. We'll end up circling back after lift slam, but
Good.
going here first.
Soon you will serve a new master.
Grab this scan right here before anyone else aggro's on us.
Nice. Wow.
Don't let this guy right here catch you by surprise. Okay.
Yeah, toss him.
Some more kind of tricky out of bounds right here.
Hold on. Give me that.
Through here, through here. And there you go. Fun fact, that out of bounds there, I have gotten stuck there before. And it's a really awkward spot because you can't get out, but you also can't void out. So you're just kind of stuck. I think I just eventually gave up and quit out, but that's definitely, oh, that's annoying. That's an area that you want to be careful of, for sure. I think I can get up there using this guy as ADS. Maybe not.
Oh, when I find you.
No. Just gotta go back around.
You running from me? That's my data.
Okay, we got a priorite shard in here, and then a chest down here, which is why, or echo and a chest.
We'll need some living space. Homes.
Homes?
Sure. You never been to Mara's Night?
I like to go for the Droideka first here. Otherwise, he can be kind of annoying. Okay, and then we can do kind of a tricky jump here. Like so. Oh, almost. There we go. We're gonna go straight past this fight here and just PVC through the door. That fight is one of those ones that really, like, the XP you get relative to the time it takes is not worth it. So even though, yes, you could do that and get a fair amount of XP,
I don't think anyone's
the time that it would take to do that is just, it's not proportional. So here's some of that cool out of bounds I was talking about. We get to go out through the wall here. We're gonna drop down over here. We gotta make sure that we land in this area there so we get exploration for the crawl space. Jump over here and back in bounds. PNFTing down this little shaft here is marginally faster than sliding down the wall, so.
Multiple angles.
There is lift slam complete. And now we have the ability to lift and slam certain objects and enemies, like so. And this is one of the abilities, one of the core abilities of the game, and it unlocks a new type of chest collectible, as well as some new areas and objectives that we can do on Kobo. It's one of those abilities that we needed to get everything like in the first area of Kobo. So yeah, we'll be getting one of the final sort of core abilities at the very end of Kobo 2.
Good job.
Here in maybe 30 minutes or so.
What a mess. Leaking pipes.
More like 20 minutes. That being the electro dart, by the way.
I think.
There he is. I went on the rejecting. Rush him. Victory is imminent. You coward!
Alright, so we're gonna use F11 to get through here and come at this area from the back. And I missed. I was trying to land on top of the wall run there. Kind of a mini boss there. Come in there for exploration, and now we can leave. Scan over here we need to get. And then we got a tricky little PVC here, F11. Up here, this one you gotta kinda wiggle. Like so.
Bode? Bode, can you hear me?
Alright, and now we've only got about 5 minutes left of the loop roll.
I'm sure he's okay.
Before we move on to the final split of Kobo 2. Now we're back in this main room right here. I have forgotten this chest up here. I have forgotten this chest more times than I'd like to admit. Luckily, not too big of a deal if you do, because when we come back to Lucre Hulk, this is one of the areas we come back to, so like it's not a huge deal. It's just kind of annoying can make that jump there with a double dash. You can make that with just a regular double jump and dash, but it's a lot more precise.
Keep moving.
Yeah, so that's one of those areas where that wrenching pull strategy is very useful.
Droid.
This is also the scavenger droid, the treasure droid, that I mentioned as being really inconvenient if you miss it.
Shard. Traded at Doma's shop.
Luckily, we did not miss it. And here is the new type of chest that I mentioned. Lift slam chest. New type of collectible. Whoops. So we can use those boxes, take a little shortcut up here, fight this guy, and this is another area where Vortex Dive is going to come in really handy. Need to PVC through here for exploration, and back out. Jump across.
Let's regroup here later.
Turn around, raise that one up. We got a Pyrite shard on these wall runs over here.
We can trade this at Doma's shop.
So we do need to get another collectible over here. If we step in the center of the elevator, then it'll trigger the elevator to go back down, and we'll have to ride it all the way back down and all the way back up. So we have to be careful, very careful,
Could be anywhere.
that we go around the edges of the elevator.
If you're
there.
ready, I'm ready. Escape pods might come in handy.
Scan right there, and now we can trigger Dagon 2.
That was the plan.
And if you guessed that we'd be using Vortex Dive in this boss fight, you guessed correctly.
Cross me again. Tanalor is mine, and I will strike down anyone who stands in my way.
And there we are. So this last segment of Kobo 2 is going to be just some kind of cleanup stuff, preparing for the next segments. So we're going to first things first, since we've now rescued Z, her shop is going to be back open in the saloon once we finish this little cutscene. So we can go and we can buy that last perk slot.
Your master created them to navigate the abyss.
And then, while we're in the saloon doing that, we're also going to plant the seeds that we have so that we can start those growing. Because once again, those are real-time, time-gated.
To check out another array on the moon.
Yeah, and then after that, we're going to be going to get the Electro Dart, and that'll be the end of Koba 2.
Why did you send me to free that traitor?
People are complicated. Maybe she thought the Order got it wrong.
If only we could ask.
Dagon must have sent Ravis to get the compass. Maybe the force array powers something on the moon. It's a guess. But if Ravis is on his way there, that's where we need to be too.
How much do you think this is worth?
Nothing's worth crossing the raiders. Now move.
There's a few collectibles in this area we want to pick up before we leave, because we're not going to be coming back to
I bet Z can get the data
this section of the swamp. We do come back to the swamp, just not this part of it.
Very kind. That's it. I'm afraid this one has sentimental value.
Hey, Edie, let's go. Wow. Well done.
Alright, and now we can access this med pad and head to the landing pad.
I see you found new seeds. Plant one, and I'll tell you all about it.
A new plant. Bet we can learn more from Peely. What do you think, BD? Here?
The menuing controls for the plants are incredibly strange. It's very hard to do this quickly.
How glad I am to share with a friend.
Alrighty, and there's our last perk slot. And what we're gonna do is actually leave through the roof.
New seeds, magnificent. After you've planted one, I'll share what I know.
And head down to the basement, where we're gonna first equip our new re-equip wisdom, and then we can go to Mount Ascent. I did not make it. I think I did actually. Yeah, so I tried to get down here before those stormtroopers up there can get aggroed, so that way I can talk to Scuba and get this chest without being in combat. And here we have our first meditation chamber outside of Z, where we rescue Z. So these meditation chambers are all around Kobo. I don't remember exactly how many there are. I think there are like 7 or 8.
Welcome, Jedi.
And they're like a
Our
little mini puzzle
problems
room.
are often matters of perspective.
There's some collectibles in each
Shifting
one.
our position,
A data
so
disc,
too
a chest,
moves our
some
thinking,
echoes.
and thus by reframing it, a
So
problem may not seem so vexing after all.
yeah, we'll have to do several of these. This one is pretty straightforward. It's one of the easier ones. Unfortunately, these echoes, for whatever reason, can't be animation
Planet is
canceled,
so different to Coruscant.
which
I
doesn't
find
make
its
a lot of
quiet almost
sense, but
deafening by comparison. And yet, there's a unique piece to it.
so what we're doing here is that. That was annoying cycle timing. Not the best timing on the cycle there. But basically we need to get that second block there to stop on top of that switch so that we can then pull it off the switch and get up onto here. Easy to forget this chest on your way out, so I want to make sure I don't do that. And then I like to, while I'm riding the elevator up here, we just give a quick check to our map. 6 out of 6 collectibles, 100% explored, so we are all good for our first meditation chamber. Chest down the bottom here.
Moving to sector. Wait, what's that? Looks like it's from the clone. Incoming!
Nest of shiver beads.
And once again, wrenching pull comes in handy. Just pull all those guys in the middle and take them out all in one swing. Got a priorite shard in this little cave here.
Not bad.
You better bring these to the garden.
Stand still!
Don't actually need to fight these guys. You can just PVC through that door. And biomaws are some of the easiest enemies to take down with a vortex dive. It's pretty crazy how quickly it kills them. Again, the bigger the hitbox of the enemy, the quicker they die to vortex dive. So that's why it's really great for those those big beasts.
The Empire's really cracking down around here. How long before they set their sights on the outpost? Visibility's pretty bad. Gotta push through.
So we're not doing too much here just yet. Pretty much all we're gonna do is grab this guy right here.
Toss me one, BD.
For an ADS. And now we can access this area much earlier than we were supposed to. And grab our electro dart.
To secure a shuttle. Must be something inside. Anything? Watch out, bud. Not a good day for these droids. Purge trooper. Got what was coming to him. What is it? Oh. You want it? Oh. All yours, bud. BD? Time to go! Maybe run a scan before you start firing.
Now we've done all we came here to do. Kobo 2 is finished. We're just gonna head back to the Mantis and go to Shattered Moon. Shattered Moon, fortunately, now that we have Electro Dart, is a planet that we can do in one go. So we can just knock everything out at once and we don't ever have to go back. Unless we miss something, but hopefully that will not be the case.
Next up, Kobo's Moon.
That's my line. Know your role. You shoot things. Me, I'm the pilot. So, you give that old tech Cal found in Dagon's place a look?
Yeah. Maybe that lab on the moon will shed some light. What do you think happened to it?
The moon? Ah, who knows? Who cares? I don't got time for moons.
Some sort of natural disaster, I'm guessing.
Maybe.
I'm surprised the moon's still habitable.
You and me evidently have different ideas of habitable.
I know. I've seen your cantina.
Watch it. Grab some seat, Cal.
Not a bad Kobo 2, all things considered. Shattered Moon takes about 26-27 minutes, so it's a pretty quick segment. And again, it's nice to know that, like, when you leave, you're just done.
Let's get this data disk back to Z.
Got a little PNFT that we can do here to skip the elevator ride. And it's going to very conveniently drop us right on top of this echo.
They really think there's something past the abyss. Centauri.
Nice find. Let's take this back to Z. Focus, Cal.
Some slight technical difficulties it looks like, but I think we're back now. And this is the force terror I was mentioning earlier, where wrenching pull comes in very handy. Yeah, 8 hours. This is a 100% category. BMAC was cool enough to let me sort of tack this on at the end. Cap off the marathon with a chill little 8 hours. But
it's gone now.
Yeah. Well, for me, right now, it is 3 a.m. And I didn't work yesterday, I don't work today, so I was able to fit it in overnight. Yeah, normally when I do these runs on my own time, I do them on days off, and I'll either do all 8 hours at a time, or I'll do, you know, three or 4 hours on one day, 3 or 4 hours on another day. But I do like to try to do them all at once if I can, just because it kind of helps me stay in the flow a little better, you know?
We can do this.
So the good news is, I was out of town, I was out of state this weekend, and I took a red-eye flight back. So it was actually really handy because I just didn't sleep on the overnight flight, and then when I got in from my flight, I went to sleep. So I went to sleep at like 10 in the morning and woke up around 8 at night. And yeah, so I slept from about 10 a.m. till about 8 p.m. today, and then started the run. So this is a bit of sloppy movement right here. Forgot my own rule on this segment, which is that. Alright, there we go. Now we can get this stim chest.
Let's hope we don't need it. You enjoy that, buddy?
Another base for the Bedlam Raven. Let's get him.
Who programmed Lakers to talk so much? I'm sure Z can decrypt this for
It
us.
is not. We don't have a load remover for this game. It's all RTA. Actually, I think there is a load remover for any percent or some of the shorter categories, but definitely not Hondo. Hondo's all RTA.
Let's head out. Let's get this data disk back to Z.
Make sure the way is sealed. Nobody gets through.
Oh, wait. I was supposed to do this earlier. Oh well.
I'm sure Z can decrypt this for us.
I'll give you that.
Of course.
Slight hiccup there.
About time.
Jedi spotted. You. Oh, no further. I'm opening.
I bet Z can get the data off this disk.
I value location as lucky.
Whatever's ahead, they really don't want us getting to it. Thanks, BD.
There we go. That was what I was trying to do the first time. So we're coming up to a neat little PVC through a trigger. Kind of similar to the binoculars like cutscene trigger earlier that I missed. There's a trigger we can PVC through inside the array channel up here. That makes it so that the big laser doesn't fire, which just makes it a lot easier to traverse the array channel. So even though we lift the door there, there's still an invisible wall that blocks you from entering. So we have to PVC through that as well.
Maybe Centauri hid the compass in
But
the tower.
now we're home free.
Only one way to find out.
And right here is where the trigger is for the laser. And like so. So now, this thing normally would be firing intermittently, and we have to like time when you go through these areas so that you don't get hit by the laser. But by PVCing through that trigger,
each array activated next.
The laser doesn't get activated, and we don't have to worry about it.
Jedi, I admire your persistence in following me here. Our time on Kova was cut
Step outside here for exploration.
I look forward to
And again, because the laser is inactive, oops. Because the laser is inactive, we can do some fancy little movement like this without dying. And normally in this room, there would be about a dozen enemies that you would have to defeat before you can open that chest. But if we come at it from behind like that, we avoid the trigger that spawns in those enemies, so none of them are there. You can just get the chest and move on.
I'm here. You all okay?
We're managing. No rush, but hurry up and let us know when you're on your way back.
Will do.
Okay, my jump didn't go off early enough, which is fine.
That laser sure is loud. Hello. Yeah, I know.
You have to kill those enemies because of that scan right there.
Jedi, I hear you are still with us. You're resilient, I'll give you that. The power is everything. Power.
So the other nice thing about the laser not being active is normally those platforms will be moving. Every time the laser activates, they like rotate around it. So since the laser isn't active, they don't move, and it makes it a lot easier to get through that section right there without falling and bleeding out.
Members of the Clone Wars, not diplomacy.
One was enough.
Those who fell to the
Obviously, this segment right here is where we feel it most obviously.
The hour approaches.
How many people have run this category? I believe there are 3 on the leaderboard. Myself, Parker, who was here earlier commentating, and then E-Link. I know also Fish People has run console 100%, which is insane because you can't PvC on console. I don't know why she ever wanted to do that, but she did. Yeah, so 3 or 4. I have also manipulated one trick into learning the category, so he's gonna start running it at some point. So yeah, not a ton, but
it helps us find a home that's free of the Empire. So be it. Huh. This is different. What's this?
Jedi, you are nearly too late. I await you in the control tower. Reach me if you can.
What's that?
Not down yet. Get back here. Grabbing some sky.
Right, we do have to defeat those enemies because I gotta slice this.
We have a containment breach!
Get down!
And we gotta do a little bit of tricky maneuvering there. Gonna get that.
All that tech on Kobo. Was it made here? The gadget we found in the stone spires. Think you can help here? Got this one, right, BD?
Drag that all the way up there.
No test so far has been successful. Dagon Gera has been. He senses something I do not.
Perfect, buddy.
Alright, and now we're about to get the very last gear upgrade.
Let's see what Kree was up to. Very nice.
The upgraded ascension cable.
Could help us climb the tower. Let's give it a try. She defeated Dagon, but didn't turn him in. Why? It works. On to Ravis. What'd you find? Let's show this to Z.
Wow, I actually hit it twice and deactivated it. And unfortunately, those chests, you can't animation cancel either. Alright, and now we have our Ravis boss fight.
Very well.
And once again, Vortex Dive just absolutely cheeses the fight. Something I've learned the hard way, you do have to actually grapple onto this line for exploration. Otherwise, you don't get the exploration for that, and
Copy that.
they can screw you over. So. Now we're going back and doing something we would have technically done on our first trip to Shattered Moon.
We should get these back to Cordova.
That will ultimately result in us getting the crossguard stance.
I was promised some tremble. Face me.
And this is yet another fight that we can do that strategy with the avalanche.
It's locked.
Crossguard stance is it's cool in concept.
I'm the best pilot for this mission, and you know
but in execution, it kind of sucks because the increased damage you get is not really worth how slow the attack speed is. Like, it is incredibly slow. You can kind of make it faster by jumping like this, but it's still pretty slow. Hey Binks, how's it going? Yeah, exactly. 10% extra damage for 40% slower attacks.
Master Cordova will want
not exactly the best trade-off. Alright, so since this is the last time that we're coming back to Shattered Moon, I like to double check to make sure I got everything, and our map says 100%. We have all our collectibles, so good to go.
Let's get out there.
Back to Kobo for Kobo 3.
Headed to Kobo's finest watering hole.
How are you doing tonight, Binks?
I need to clear my mind.
Chillin' is always good. Come on.
Hit it.
I don't know if I can do this. No, I have to.
More priorite. Wonder what this will fetch at Dumba's shop.
We're about to have to do one of my least favorite force tears in the whole run, which is the crossguard specific force tear. And here it is.
I can do this.
What are you doing here? That's not possible.
Bust his head.
It's so slow.
You afraid?
Not a fan, I gotta say. Not a fan.
It's gone now. We did it.
Oh dear. My game crashed. It was going so well. You knew something had to do it. See how far back this puts me. I think it'll put me all the way back at Fogged Expanse Medpad. Yep. I think so. Yep. So about 5 minutes of time loss. We play on. Show must go on. Yeah, definitely if I was just doing a run myself, I would have ended right there.
Hey, this is a good find. You know just where to look. More priorite. Wonder what this will fetch a dumbest shot. Launch it.
That was a bit sketchy, but it worked out.
Let's find out what this holds.
Oh, and of course I have to do this one again.
How's that feel?
Good find, BD. It's gone now. We did it.
This is such a random place to crash. Like, I don't think I've ever crashed here before.
Fire away. Pretty sneaky.
All sectors remain on high alert. Groups Delta
We can kind of cheese this with a little.
That's right. We have reports of movement on the moon and from their base. If those raiders scum try anything, we'll blast them into dust.
I see a BD.
Take him down! How did someone sneak in? Target is mobile. I can't get an angle.
81, over here. Garrison could hold against a raider attack. I know. Who would you want to win? The Rancor or the Gundar?
Alright, I was wrong about 6 minutes of time loss. Very unfortunate sequence of events there, but
long way down.
Roll with the punches.
To the observatory.
Already on my way.
These look modded. Probably for the high altitude.
This is it. Keep pushing. I'll cover you from the sky.
Got something, buddy? Yeah? Let's see. Sure Z can decrypt this for us.
This is also one of the coolest, like, visual sections of the whole game.
Try to get eyes on Dagon.
Just the atmosphere of this. Like, come on, that view is very cool.
Raiders already tore through here. Nice work. Let's keep heading up.
Firefight up ahead.
We'll manage.
Good luck. I think I've got a raider on my tail. Gonna shake him.
Need to sit at this med pad. So we're gonna be coming back here in a little bit.
I bet Z can get the data off this disk. show this to Z.
Bro, Cal did not want to interact with that. Wow.
Thanks, BD. Hang on. Perfect timing.
Who'd you want? I'm about to put you last.
We're gonna take you out.
I'm begging.
What do you want with the observatory?
What? We're just following orders.
Alright, right here we get to do another cool little use of ADS. We can skip this whole little segment. Wait for this guy to show up on the ledge. And then we can do that. Use him to get up here. And voila. Those ADS strats are always fun.
Here you go.
And for exploration's sake, we do need to come down here and get that.
Pathetic. Take advantage. You kept me waiting, Jedi. Dagan Gera chose me to end your pathetic little life.
Jedi Master chose poorly. Dagon's throwing everything he has at us, huh?
You guys are emptying. I don't like it.
He might have found the compass. We gotta hurry.
Great. Circling back. See you soon.
Here's our man.
We do not. I mean, I have enough skill points for it, but I would have to stop and actually spend them.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Had to swat a few bedlam flies to make a landing.
No problem. We got a whole swarm of them up ahead.
Nah. You ready for this, brother?
Let's get that compass.
Cleaned out of here.
They underestimate.
Only way to go is up. Coming, Trevor.
We caught one as he tried to escape.
Please, I surrender.
This is the army that ended the mighty Jedi Order? Kill him.
Just look at this attack. You know, my daughter loves gadgets.
Yeah?
Her favorite.
Yeah, usually Vortex Dive is enough cheese
Nobody's perfect.
for
We're fighting to give her a better life.
for those guys.
All of this. It's for her. Hope we're not too late. Dagon gets off planet with the compass.
Dang, missed that.
We never see him again.
Well, then let's pick up the pace.
Let's try that again. Did I get that? Yeah, okay, I got it that time. Sweet.
Where are all the raiders?
I don't like the look of this. You sure you want to push that button?
Do we have a choice?
Yeah, so you can activate that shortcut mid-air right there.
Shortcut.
to access this area the easy way.
Solid work, brother.
Bode was actually messing me up there. He kept resetting their stagger gauge. He was getting in my way. So fun fact, by PVCing through that door instead of activating the actual like way you're supposed to do this, none of these enemies here get aggroed on you unless you attack them first. So we can just walk right by all of these guys to our next set of collectibles.
I bet Z can get the data off this disk.
And then I do like to fight this guy just because it's a decent amount of XP.
Enemies nearby.
Alright, and Bode, like I said, none of these enemies aggro on you unless you attack them first. Sometimes Bode will attack some other ones and get them aggroed on you. Luckily, he only attacked one of them there. Oh my god. But yeah, I do like to at least kill the hammer guy because he gives you a pretty significant amount of XP, so. And again, with Vortex Dive, pretty quick to take down.
Observatory is up ahead.
Right behind the army of battle. Watch your back, brother. Close. Hope you saved some for Dagon.
I'm ready. How about you, BD?
No! Tanalor beckons. I'm just superior. Is that it? I did what the Order was too weak to do, and for that she betrayed me. Again. You're fated. I will grant you only death. I could annihilate you. The galaxy would never.
I was trying to get him down before he did this. It's slow. That's okay. One more Vortex Dive should do it. Alright, we're a little more than halfway through. Nice.
Let's get this data disk back to Z.
Hello? Little half of an airwalk or something? That was weird.
Nice find. Let's take this back to Z. What have we got here?
Anyone in the chat right now has ever watched one of my runs before, I mention it almost every time, but this is my favorite meditation chamber. I just feel like it has like the smoothest route through it.
Welcome, Jedi.
Tari Kree.
The path that we must walk is not always immediately visible to us. Only through patience, careful thought, and the wisdom of the Force will the way appear.
And you can do it with like
So,
no
believe something is
backtracking,
behind the abyss?
which is pretty
That's right.
pretty nice.
I'll plan it. Well, I hope it's worth all this effort.
I've never known Centauri Kree to shook from a challenge.
No, and she seems exceptionally driven by this particular task.
I'm sure Z can decrypt this for us. Find something?
My Padawan is impatient.
Weren't we all once? The question is, how will he overcome it?
There it is. %, 8 of 8. Sick.
must have shot this drop pod all the way from the Lucre Hulk. Generations of Raka raised their young here. Then the Empire tore through, shot and trampled anything that got in their way. Moving out.
Oh, Vortex Dive is so great. It's so fun once you finally get it.
I'll check it out.
Easy, easy. I'm not looking for trouble.
%, 23 of 23. We love to see it. Come on. Thank you.
Off we go.
Was pretty smooth, actually. I'll take it.
trade this at Doma's shop. Nice job.
Hello? I didn't even know you could get up there. Never been up there before.
Wizard was right. This thing was nasty.
So this section right here, there's like a bunch of seeds.
Hey, look at this.
I think like 6. So it can be really easy to miss one.
We should take these seeds back to the garden.
Alright, I think I got them all.
Run, Jenna! We gotta go!
More priorite. Wonder what this will fetch at Doma's shop.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, the priorite that's right here,
Wonder how long this is.
pretty sure I missed that in one of my runs and ended up having to come back for that. But with that, we should be about done with Fogged Expanse. Just gonna give it a quick check. Yep. Excellent. Now, Grand Courtyard.
I bet Z can get the data off this disk. Oh, something for the garden.
Oh, quit complaining. I'm almost done. There! Good as new. Whew, what a wingspan. I see why they call you gliders. Bet you could fly around all of Kobo, couldn't you? Okay, off you go. Don't be a stranger.
Don't kill me!
Kill you? I just saved your whole life. Who are you anyway?
I'm Drago.
Well, you won't keep breathing. You best follow me. This is raider territory.
That's one less tail to worry about.
I never understood why they made that wall run at a height that you void out from if they were just gonna respawn you on your Neko anyway. Like, there's literally no reason to void you out there.
Well done! What a
But what do I know?
Come here, my warrior friend.
I haven't seen such fighting since the championship.
Now.
Okay. Maybe you'll be a bit more friendly now?
Alright, it's about time
Easy.
for
Good girl.
one of my least favorite force tears.
That was incredible.
And it's usually pretty laggy, so hopefully it's not too bad this time. Nice. Oh, let's go. I almost never get that one first try. That was sick.
All right, that did it. These are sure to grow into something interesting.
Alright, and very important to reset this med pad here. I've forgotten that before, and it will really screw you over
We just need to find a way through here.
later
Bruce
on.
is gonna be surprised to see us, huh?
But now we're, as you can see, back in the sort of intro area at the start of Kobo, because now we can actually start doing stuff here. So some of this we'll do now in Kobo 3, a lot of it we'll do in Kobo 4. But yeah.
Commando droid. Didn't miss these.
So now we have air dash, we have lift slam.
Let's see if Doma's interested in this. cage. Hey, what have you found? You want to press it, right? Those things pack a punch. Okay, now let's find a way out of this park. Blaster marks are messy. Lucky shots.
This is a very easy seed to forget right here. I definitely have forgotten that one before.
There. That should do it. Let's keep moving. We're almost there. These dams clearly weren't built to last. This is really not pleasant. Gotta keep moving. Maybe we should take up prospecting, huh?
Okay, we've got another one of our stab launches. We haven't had one of those in a while, but got a pretty cool one right here. This one took quite a bit of practice, actually, to get it right. So hopefully I can do it first try here. Not quite enough height there. There we go. No, not quite enough. Just barely not getting enough height. That looks good, yep. There we go. So the point of doing that is not just to get up here quickly. By doing that, I also am able to bypass a loading trigger that spawns in a bunch of enemies up here. So we're able to do all of this without worrying about those enemies, and it just makes all these collectibles and stuff like that just easier to retrieve. Nice.
Don't fall behind.
Got another seed down here that I've definitely forgotten in a run before. Right there. And then we're gonna go ahead and hit tame on this guy, then get the seed. And he will take us over here.
Thanks for the lift.
And luckily, even using ADS on that guy, we don't technically count as in combat, so we can go ahead and get this essence real quick here before we kill the enemies in here. And I am gonna leave that Shiver Pea right there alive because we're gonna use him as a target for ADS. Just like that. And then we're also gonna bring this guy down with us. Because we're gonna use him for another ADS.
Hey, BD1!
Much faster than just dragging the block over there like you're meant to do. There's a bit of a block puzzle there that you're supposed to do, but that ADS is far faster.
More priorite.
Hey, look at this.
Can do a little PNFT down there. You can also just ride the Relter. If you get the PNFT on the first try, it's a little bit faster. Lots of seeds down here. So with this elevator,
time to go.
You can do a quick little double dash, but it's kind of tricky, oops, to get to that chest over there. The easier thing to do is this. Although ideally you do that without aggroing those enemies.
Inefficient.
Come on.
Rocket away.
Alright.
Is that?
If you don't go to the chest that way,
I can do that,
then
BD?
there's a bunch of enemies on the ground level there that you have to fight. That, yeah, because they'll aggro on you and get you in combat, and then you wouldn't be able to get the chest. If you do that PNFT the first try and get to the chest that way, then you won't aggro the Super Battle Droid, and you'll be able to get it a lot faster.
Change of scenery. Grease's place should be around here somewhere.
Delivering melee strike. Stand and fight.
Trade this at Doma's shop.
So if anyone was here a couple hours ago on Jeddah, when Parker and I were talking about some seeds with some particularly notorious hitboxes, that would be these.
Try planting these back.
There's a bunch of them in this area, and some of them don't like to be collected. And again, the lighting is so bright that it's hard to see the particles. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I just got them all.
Found another shard.
But yeah, those are the seeds that we were talking about.
You've gotten yourself into a real mess, haven't you, Turtle? Always on the run, scraping by for credits. Everyone hates me. Doesn't matter where I go. I'm always alone.
These would be right at home in the garden.
Funny, I can remember I've missed that echo before.
Being scared of something so fluffy.
Anytime you miss something, it gets like... If I've missed it in a run before and had to go back for it, then it's probably ingrained in my brain. And that's one of those ones that I know that I've missed before. And now I don't miss it. So PNFT down to that seed. Gonna ignore most of these enemies and just run up here. There's another seed right here. Gonna kill this Garako because he's a decent amount of XP. Again, with how, like Parker was saying, with how quickly those enemies die to Vortex Dive, a lot of times if you have an opportunity like that to take one out, it's usually worth the time to do so. Because the XP that you get from those is pretty good.
Stay where you are. Just what are you trying to pull? We got laws around here.
Oh, crick this, run!
Afraid not.
Couple of chests right there. We got a seed right here when we come out. And then a scavenger droid right here that we want to take out.
Let's get this data disk back to Z. This building is definitely different than the rest.
We will defeat the Jedi. He cannot escape.
This is a nice one.
Fire right there, and now we're into the silo.
I don't think so.
Oops. Oh, that works. Actually, I think...
Oh?
Uh-oh. I think I need to not do that. Oh, maybe we'll be okay. I'm worried about exploration there, but I think it should be okay. I like to leave those other guys alive so that we can have a... Wow, I did not expect that to work. An ADS target on my way out of the meditation chamber here.
Yeah, hiding something, huh?
And the
Yes,
cool
you
thing about
are.
this one is it's literally just a mini boss fight. No puzzle, nothing like that. There's a few collectibles, but it's just a mini boss fight. So nice and easy.
Your mind is your greatest asset. Both blade and shield against dark forces. The force moves through your thoughts into your actions. Guide you now.
These caves are a wonder.
Wait until you visit the monitoring station.
I'd say I was pretty sure it was.
Will amaze you.
And there's one in the corner right here, which is really easy to forget. I've missed that.
The chambers
I
are
don't even
unique.
know how many times.
Each one hones a different facet.
Interesting. We shall have to see how we can better facilitate your work.
Jedi and Republic working together. I can barely remember a time like that.
But that should be it for the chamber and the silo as a whole. Yeah. And I did get the exploration for that one part, so that's not an issue. And that is why I leave those guys alive. Makes that ADS just a little bit faster. Seed here somewhere, there it is. That was not too early.
Check it out, BD. Try it right. Okay, I'll look. Nice job.
This is fun because it's like jump, jump. The chest cancel just feels very cool. It's very satisfying. Another easy mini boss fight. Steal this guy's Neko.
Here we go, buddy. Look what we found.
TNFT.
Let that be a lesson to y'all. You come into my outpost, I'll hunt you down and kill you myself.
Put these in the ground next time
There's
we're guarded.
this is another section where there's quite a few seeds.
Nice.
Now we're off to the Sodding Grotto.
Can't smell.
Hey, not bad.
Another area that has kind of a satisfying linear path through.
Been here a while.
Oh, let me just catch my breath. Gotta be a way out. Somewhere.
Creatures were killed by blaster fire. Shard. Let's trade it at Doma's shop. Just what kind of creature lives down here?
Look at his ribcage.
Alrighty, and we finish it off.
Breeze hears about this. Right on his doorstep.
Rancor fights go much faster now that we have Vortex Dive. Once again. Do a quick check. Perfect. And now we go landing pad. So the first thing I'm going to do here is actually go collect our prize from the rare Neko here.
Hey, not bad.
Let's go. Come on.
Interesting.
Everybody, thank you. There's a seed somewhere around here. Go.
What's your serial number? Lowering expectations.
Come on, Neko. Check it out, BD. Prior rank. We got some seeds. Wonder if they'll grow in our garden.
The charge is set. Get back. What, nothing? I thought you said this was good thermite.
Come on. Here we go. That's a pretty tricky one too. That door has some pretty thick collision. Now I believe we did some slight rerouting here. Okay, go straight over here. Yeah, we get this seed. Yeah.
Come on.
And right to taking out that guy.
Prospectors didn't stand a chance.
This is all a big misunderstanding. Honest, you gotta let me go.
Oh yeah? Why should we?
I can be of use to you. Yeah, that's it. Whatever you want. I'm your frog.
Alright, that's why we get the echo first.
See. Boss is looking for something.
Because when we get
Find
the
it,
echo,
or we'll find you.
can't trigger this dialogue until it's done.
All right. You do not want to. All right then.
Alright. So now that that stuff is done, gonna go and do early channeling.
You got it.
Actually, we're gonna do this chest first. Never mind. Couldn't get to it before the combat.
Either, friend.
Alright, so this is the original early Tanneler glitch that was used in any percent. And I mistimed it. Alright, now we're gonna try dev cutscene skip. Never mind. Yeah, so this is a funny little thing. There's like, we call this dev cutscene. The devs, I guess, planned to put a cutscene in here and never did. Or no, this is the cutscene that's supposed to trigger right here. But because of how we've gotten here, the cutscene's not there. So instead we get that funny little placeholder cutscene. PNFT all the way down here. There's a bunch of seeds in this area as well. I'm gonna be getting all of those. I think that's all of them, right?
Seeds. Let's plant these next time we're in the garden.
Yep, that looks like all of them. Few more collectibles.
I'm sure Z can decrypt this for us.
Well, this wasn't part of the deal, you know. We came to this rock together. We were supposed to leave together. Oh, well, I ain't gonna forget you. You know that. And I ain't leaving.
And now we get to do our first holo tactics. Yay!
Not bad. I've seen worse rooftop gardens.
This one at least is pretty straightforward.
Our savior returns.
We're only doing Marin because the reward for beating Marin is a Jeddah scroll. And we won't be coming back here before our last trip to Jeddah, so we want to make sure that we have all the Jeddah scrolls
Glad you made it back
by
safe.
the end of that trip. So we've got to get this one first before we go there.
No doubt that you can handle yourself.
I see you have a companion droid. They can add to your holotactics deck by scanning combatants.
Got it. The more scans BD
And
collects,
this dialogue
the more
is, of
options I'll have in
course,
the game.
unskippable.
Exactly. Of course, there is nothing stopping you from playing right now. The top spot could yet be yours.
You do not fear my strategy. You will.
And you'll be able to see now how OP the Droidicas are in this. And how annoying holotactics can be.
Strong round for Cal. Let the battle begin. Oh, it never stood a chance. And it's off the board. And it's a corner.
Well done. Your strategy proved superior.
Advance! Now that's a hollow kill! Obliterated!
Yeah, this is the annoying
So
one.
long, farewell! Seems like Cal will have to review and adjust his strategy.
Concentrate, or you will never be my equal.
Oh, I can't describe how much I hate holotactics. It's so bad. It's.
Some smart moves from Cal see him through to the next
I hate that it's required.
Oh, it never stood a chance! And it's off the board! Cal victorious in that round! Go! Oh, so long, farewell!
There you go.
Proves himself superior in the final play!
Your opponents will be here when you return.
Alrighty, and now we can exit Kobo.
Got a solid beginning here. Let's build on.
And head off into the final segments of the run. Final few planets. It's gonna be Tanalor first. So we're gonna do the final boss, clear out Tanalor, do Coruscant, one of the other planets that we haven't technically unlocked yet, Nova Garen, and then it'll be
ready for a bumpy ride.
Oh, it is back here. I knew it.
So this is Tanalor.
Not what you were expecting?
I don't know what I was expecting. So much has changed since I first heard its name.
The temple's this way. Dagon and Centauri Kree plan their future here.
And look where it got them.
So here we got a nice little PNFT we can do. That one's another kind of tricky one because there's no ledge guard there. But if we do that PNFT, it actually deloads this little crawl space and we can just
I keep thinking about something
dash right through it.
A warning. Every Jedi faces the dark side. I feel so much hatred towards Vode.
Seer won her battle with the dark side. You will too.
Fall back to the temple. The Nile are enveloping our position. Master Gera, that is an order.
Do you hear that?
And we do need to get this med pad because there's some collectibles in the final boss area that don't spawn, obviously, during the final boss fight. So we have to come back after we beat Bode and get this.
Best for my family!
You should have stayed out of this.
Distract him! I will strike from the shadows.
It's over!
Alright, let's see if I can get this skip here. Nope. And there we go. My any percent time of 5 hours and 11 minutes. Not bad. And just a few more hours until we are finished.
Wonder where you are. Ghost stars are very far. All night long, I will sing your songs. If you watch over me, ghost stars hiding in the night. All your friends oh so bright. When the sky is clear, looking down on me, ghost star silent in the sky. Now I start to wonder why. Show me your light.
Heading to the Nova Garrets.
I've waited all night.
We have some Imperial comms. No
Yeah, so Tanalorr and Nova Garen, we can do in one go, which is nice.
I'm sure gonna miss you.
All right, make like a rock and quit moving around my cabin.
Nova Garen has some pretty nutty out-of-bounds stuff as well. There's also quite a few things that we have to do just for exploration. First of those is right here. We need to go in here and PNFT down this elevator shaft. And then same thing over here. We're gonna need to PNFT in just for exploration. We got a scan right here before we go in. Got a PBC through here for exploration.
Access to the terminal.
No, I can't. You're not authorized.
I have authorization. You're doing nothing wrong.
You're authorized. Access granted.
Hit it.
So we need to come through here for exploration, back out. And then this is the real fun one. PNFT down to the hangar floor for exploration, void out, and it's gonna respawn us back in here. Come through here for exploration, and we don't have to come back through the crawl space. We can do some out of bounds stuff here now. Head over to this elevator. Back in there. Through here for exploration.
You're paying for that.
And you may have noticed now that when I use slow, my screen goes red instead of blue. So we have upgraded the upgraded slow now. Okay, that's not what I'm trying to do. That's what I'm trying to do. Was much easier than it usually is, I gotta say. This one can be annoying sometimes too, though. Come on. There we go. Hey, all in all, that wasn't too bad. But as I was saying, we have the Embrace the Darkness ability now, which means that our slow is upgraded essentially, that now when we use it we get that like red haze that lets me pretty much one-shot almost any enemy. It does a lot of damage.
Your odds of surviving are low.
Need to come through here for exploration.
Unstoppable as ever, BD. Good work, BD.
Yeah, see, we can pretty much two-shot those guys with that. Gotta come up in that vent for exploration. Then we just go right into Decking's office. Some collectibles in here.
It's been a long time since our days serving the Republic. I thought you were dead.
What can I say? You taught me well.
Maybe too. What can I do for you before I call the guards?
Nothing for me. But I've got a daughter now.
One last scan.
The question is, what can I do for you?
You there, come here. Moving to engage.
Please don't kill me.
Why not? You failed.
Vote set up the ISB.
This Nova Garen is going pretty well, to be honest. Sometimes the out of bounds is a bit more wonky.
What's he doing? deals change. Besides, I don't want you distracted. Call it a contingency plan. I'm sure you understand.
You bastard.
Temper, temper. When you deliver... Killed your wife.
If you don't, I'll kill you myself.
Hey, Kata. I'll be home soon.
All right, and Nova Garen is done.
I can't wait to see you.
Let's take a look.
What'll happen to the path now?
It will continue.
We gotta help them. For Seer.
I know.
I miss her. Seer sure could bring out the best of people.
She taught me so much.
Alright, so we clean up our last few collectibles on Coruscant here. And then we are off to our final trips to Jeddah and Kobo, and that's it. Then we're done.
This is a good find.
Remember your training.
Which training?
This crew is led by a Jedi. You must be in top form. This isn't the first time the ISB has tried to infiltrate Saw Gerrera's organization.
I was always your best asset during the Clone Wars, and you know it.
So the mini boss that we skipped earlier in Coruscant is this sentry droid here. Which gives us the DT droid slice ability.
I need to focus.
Yeah, and that fight goes very quickly this late in the game, so one of the reasons I leave it till now. Now the first thing we need to do is go down here for exploration. Literally just gonna ride the elevator down and back up.
Another holopuck.
Bounty Hunter Essence. There's one more scan we need to get, and then Coruscant will be done for good.
Let's go, BD. Let me see.
Nice.
All set. Ready to move?
Jedi, huh? Lateros ain't built for the cold, you know. What do you think we'll find on Jedi?
Not much. It would be unwise to keep any presence there now. The path will have to use other routes.
Like Tanalor, yeah?
It is ideal, yes. But there are also others. Even so, the Empire is relentless.
Hey, no giving up hope on my ship. We're here, Cal. Park.
Alright, so as you may have remembered Parker mentioning a while ago, once we go to Tanalor, it puts every planet into its post-game state. So that means that everything on Jeddah here is now in its post-game state, including the archive and the hangar and all that from like the Darth Vader attack and whatnot. Even though we skipped the Darth Vader section, the section where you play as Seer, by going to Tanalor, we skip that. It's one of the biggest skips in the run, honestly, and it's easy not to even notice it because
Brothers, sisters,
don't do it.
We have a most honored guest, the wise one who instructed Master Junda. Come, Master Cordova. You must be wary from your travels. I will show you the way.
First thing I gotta do is take out the bounty hunter Kelioso. And this time, all of these bounty hunters are... Oh no. Oh, that's a rookie mistake. So this is one of those things that Parker was talking about realizing that you forgot something on a planet. So I made the rookie mistake of forgetting to talk to Paige in the saloon on Kobo after doing the Marin holotactics. And so because of that, the bounty hunter that I'm supposed to be going after is not spawned in.
God, you're gonna love Kobo.
What's it like?
So I've got to go all the way back to Kobo just to talk to Cage and then fly back to Jeddah again.
Don't forget Pyloon Saloon.
To trigger that.
Grease is the owner.
So
Is there music?
that's like a 3, maybe 4 minute time loss.
I hope they have Trandoshan Funk. That's my favorite.
over here, kid. We're about to land.
Yeah, so I was supposed to have done this.
No. Is that like what you say?
Supposed to have done that after doing the Marin holotactics, and I forgot. So that's a pretty big time loss, but it is what it is. I'll head back to Jeddah now.
Where do you want to go, buddy?
Jeddah it is.
Marin? Yes.
Do you like to dance?
When I was your age, I would dance with my sisters. Long into the night.
Will you teach me?
Of course, Kata.
We're about to drop out of hyperspace. Sit down.
I agree. How can we be sure it's safe?
We cannot.
The network's resources are stretched thin. Some local leaders are unwilling to accept the risks.
How can we convince them? Many fear.
As I was gonna say, before I realized the mistake I made, now that there are all these bounty hunters here as part of this bounty hunter quest, they give us targets to ADS to, and we no longer have to make our own ADSs. Very convenient of them. Yeah, we don't have to actually fight any of these bounty hunters, we just want to go past them. To the boss bounty hunter that we're looking for, Kilioso.
not to fail you again. Self-discernment. You cannot test it. I know you're here. I'm the one Jedi. And I will kill you.
It's business.
Luckily, with our dark side ability, we melt him pretty quickly. But this is the part where we have to go back for that scroll that doesn't spawn the first time around.
This has been here.
Split.
Watch your step, lad.
Oh. Right.
That's good.
You do not belong together.
It's the ghost. Run for your lives.
Well spotted. The Empire seems to be tightening its grip.
On Kobo, too. They're everywhere.
This way, Master Junda. We are nearly there. So, what do you think?
It's old, abandoned, and in the middle of nowhere. It's perfect.
Great find.
Alright, so now we get to do something fun that we call the exploration fix. So, I've mentioned that we skip
Master Junda
the segment
told us
where
of
you
your
play
coming.
as Seer.
It is an honor to meet one she
Well,
holds
during
in
that
such
segment,
high regard.
you access an area of the archive that can only be accessed during that segment. So, we have to do some fancy little out-of-bounds stuff in order to get back to that area so that we can register the exploration for that area. Same thing for the Bode speeder chase. We skipped that. And that also takes place in an area that is only accessible during that section. So we have to do some out-of-bounds stuff to make sure that we can register all of that map exploration. Alright, there we go. And now, to get down from here, you gotta do a PNFT combined with a PBC through a void plane. Just like that. So there's a void plane there that will make you void out even if you PNFT. So you have to do the PNFT and then also do a PPC to
bad.
PPC through the void plane, so you don't get voided out.
You're not coming?
How did it go?
It's done.
All right.
I can do this.
Another one of those void force tears that Parker mentioned earlier. This one is a parkour one with the laser gates, and it can be pretty tricky. This is another one that I very rarely get on the first try. Could have been better, could have been worse.
That did the trick.
Vengeance will be mine.
What do you see, kid friend?
This galaxy is chaos. I seek clarity of mind.
We share this. The Empire destroyed my home. All I have is what little wisdom I possess.
Let's travel together then. It is a long road to the sanctuary.
Just crazy! Mow him down!
Now that we have the dark side slow, you'll see me using it a lot. The damage is just kind of insane. Got another stab launch here we gotta do.
Do you think the outpost will survive?
People there are resilient, and Doma Dendra won't give up.
Do not be frustrated if the path is unclear. One, even an old man like myself has much to learn.
Please, value your mind. Foes near.
The purge troopers are nearby.
My sincerest appreciation to those who have tread this path before. Time I hope this effort enables me to see Jedi as they once were. This galaxy is in turmoil, and we need the wisdom of those who came before. I spent a lifetime on Earth.
You have to fall down here for exploration, something I have learned via experience the hard way.
Staggering proposition. This galaxy is too vast for one mind for a single lifetime, but I find it exhilarating. What a joy to know that when my footsteps disappear into the sands, others will take my place.
The ruins must be connected. Go! Time to ride, buddy.
Faster! Come on!
Great find.
So these are the collectibles that we skipped on our first trip to Jeddah.
Looks like a prayer wheel.
In favor of just riding the spamel across the sand here.
Break camp at first light.
We're running low on water.
If we do not find an oasis, we will never reach Pilgrim's Crossing.
Gotta stay calm.
Killing me won't stop us.
on now. We did it. Wonder how long this has been here. Look what we found.
Stab launch there. Up to this essence. This is kind of a funny area because you can just do the dark side slow and do that.
Find something, buddy?
And this is the area that you're supposed to be coming through on your first trip to Jeddah. But we pretty much skipped all that.
Scroll. Let's save it.
Thanks for the good luck. I appreciate it. I'm gonna ignore the Sekiro comment.
The Empire? once home to many who were here behind. Actually worse.
My kind.
Time to work.
It's done. Let's get this to Cage.
Okay, 10 to 10, 100%, 1919, 5 to 5. Excellent.
I'm glad we found this.
For the left.
Ready to move out?
Have you come across the Narcus anchorites, friend?
I have. They gave me water and a warning. Beware the central isomers, for they trade only in death.
Very nice. Let's give it a home in Sears archive. How is the charm I gave you?
Well, it saved my life a couple times.
As intended.
Alright, just a few final things to clean up on Jeddah, and then we're back to Kobo for the last segment of the run.
You're lucky, BD.
Crazy.
It's well preserved.
Go on.
Don't let him escape.
Right.
our vision is clear and our values aligned. Eyes over there! I can't hear myself.
Thanks for the help.
Meddling in the affairs of other cults will bring only ruin, sister.
How can we stand by when it succeed?
I know it is difficult, but have faith. The Force will guide us to our true purpose.
Enemy contact!
I wanted to do a stab launch strat there, but with those enemies there, wasn't gonna happen. Can use a stab launch off some rocks there to get straight to this little grapple thing here, but 2 ATSTs and a squad of troopers are not exactly conducive to trying some stab launches, so it goes a long way.
My friends, I will not live to see all the wonders of this desert, but it comforts me to know that you might continue this path I take. For Jedi is but a constellation in a whole galaxy of secrets.
What greater knowledge can one bestow than to help those that follow find their way? My journey is nearly at its end. When I look back, I see suffering, sadness, yes, but also joy and friendship. And so I return to my apprentice side with no regrets.
Watch your step, Jedi.
Take. You will leave the. So. Let's move.
Alright, just the archive, and then Jedda's finished. We gotta pull that to open this and come out here for exploration. And then this is the part I was talking about, where this is where the boat speeder chase starts. But again, we can't do the boat speeder chase anymore because we skipped it. So we have to get that exploration in a different manner, which is this. And this does trigger the music from the cutscene as well, and it will just keep playing pretty much until we like finish, which is kind of funny. But so now we get to do some fancy little acrobatics to get back inbounds from here, which involve coming over here. A little PVC there, get on this rock, and there we go. Actually, very rarely get that first try, so
what brings you to Jeddah?
I came across a group during my travels.
Happy with that.
Their goal is to hide Force sensitives from the Empire. Have you ever heard of the Hidden Path?
Must have been here for centuries.
You're the trapper. Have you found any systems outside the Empire's reach?
Not that I have come across.
There are countless ruins scattered across the high desert. One of them is a perfect safe house for the path.
Hey, look at this. On you, BD.
We do need to dip in and out of here to get exploration.
Look at this. How long this has been here.
Scroll number 49. Easy to miss chest. And the final Jedi scroll.
Hey, this is a good find.
Number 50. Now we just need to duck in and out of here for exploration. And then sell all the Jedi scrolls, and we're done with Jeddah.
Young sage,
I didn't think any of you stayed behind.
I intend to protect what remains. Should you find any scrolls or other items of import, please bring them to me. I would be happy.
Hold that thought.
My boy really said, shut up. Alright, Jedi 100%. 24, 99. 55, 55. I would think we're good. Off we go to Kobo for the final segment. Wait. Oh, that was close. Almost walked right past this chest.
Okay, let's pick our next destination.
We're Kobo bound. I didn't know Cordova that well, but I'll miss him all the same. Seemed like a nice guy.
He was very wise. But I will remember his kindness most of all.
I feel bad for BD. All that time apart, now Cordova's gone.
It's all right, buddy.
All right, kids, sit down. We're here.
Alrighty, final stretch. Here we go. Should have about an hour and a half left. Maybe a little more, maybe a little less.
Bo, it's so good to hear from you. I feared you might have slipped your leash permanently. What is your current location?
Outer Rim, Kobo. But keep your people out of here for now. Understand? We're headed off planet to meet her.
Impressive. And where is she, exactly?
Wouldn't you like to know? Call it a contingency plan. You harm my hair on Kata's head, and I'll make sure Seer Junda stays hidden forever.
So the slice that I just picked up there was the seed map upgrade. So that is what gives me the ability to now see on my map where all the seeds are. So if I've forgotten one, it'll show on the map.
That did it. Solid addition to our garden. Interesting. Mount up. These would be right at home in the garden.
The key to this level is to just stay on one side and only ever double jump. And it's a lot easier with air dash. Because air dash doesn't trigger the thing to flip, it's only jumping.
It's gone now. We did it. Come on!
So definitely helps to have air dash.
This is a nice one.
Well, to be fair, this one is very early on in the game. So if you're doing it casually, that's probably one of the first ones you're going to do. So you're not really going to have anything regardless, but you're not really supposed to. But doing it near the end of the speedrun definitely helps, because yeah, having air dash for that is a pretty nice advantage.
Let's stop. Looks like it dragged its prey back here and...
don't remember what order I normally do this. I'm gonna be honest. I think it's this first. Where is it? Yeah, I think it is. It's actually been a while since I've made it this far in a run.
Let's see if Doma's interested in this.
What are we doing here?
No, I'm definitely not supposed to be going here yet. It's the other area first.
These raiders are nothing but killers.
Dude, I'm getting so confused.
Not a bad find. Whoever lived here is long gone. Wonder what they were making.
Seat over there.
Seeds. What do you think, BD? Bring them back to the garden? Heads up, BD.
Hey, this is a good find.
It's hard. Be careful. Pulling me under.
And this, again, is one of the reasons that we use Hidden Great Launch to skip all of this stuff in the beginning of the game. Because there's things like this that require Lift Slam and Pit Droid that requires the Cantina to be able to recruit it. So there's a lot of stuff like that in this area of the game that you can't do when you first come through here. So we just skip it in the beginning and do it on a second trip.
That'll save some time. Another shard. Rusted, like everything else around here. Shard. Let's trade it at Doma's shop.
Very important to make sure the elevator makes it all the way to the top before you go into the Force Tear. Otherwise, it'll be stuck at the bottom and you'll be stuck inside.
That did it.
PNFT there to the bottom. Trigger the elevator back up for exploration. And then we simply step off.
What secrets do you hold?
And then we can do another little PNFT here down to Mire Terror. That was incredibly clean. Incredibly clean. Wow.
Catch.
They despawned very quickly.
What is it?
Let's get out of here!
The stuff gets everywhere. Yep, still not great.
Oh, I think mouse and keyboard is a lot more.
What is this?
I don't know. I don't know what the right word is, but I like it way better than controller.
Welcome, Jedi. To be still is to be calm, to allow for wisdom to spring forth. Yet the galaxy is seldom static. Motion, however, can provide clarity. Let truth flow like a river and carve new channels around any obstacle.
Let's show this to Z.
not defy the council.
This echo in the corner here is absolutely
Won't allow it.
cruel. Never played Horizon, but I don't know. I've never had any issues with this game on mouse and keyboard.
Truth flows like a river? What does that mean? If I don't figure this out, I'll never become a Jedi Knight.
Gotta step out here for exploration. Another easy to miss echo right here.
Never thought I'd feel this.
And that should be
Missing Coruscant.
everything.
The temple.
Yep. Good.
Cramped room.
I know how you feel.
Yeah, that echo is mean. They 100% did that on purpose. If you don't know it's there, it's literally impossible to see.
I need to clear my mind.
Enemy approaching. Don't stop pressuring him. Moving back. I can catch you. He's dodging fast. Ha! Ordnance release. Heads down.
I'm sure Z can fix. Nice find. Let's take this back to Z. That thing sheds.
Oh, you're in trouble. Someone take a shot. Look scared, Jedi.
So I'm gonna here go forward and trigger this fight. Because there is a way to skip it, but if you do that, then the Mogu, like, there's a weird bug where the Mogu, like, isn't spawned, but the game thinks he is spawned, so it puts you in combat, and then you can't open a chest up there that you need to open. So I just do the fight now to avoid that happening.
Never seen tech like this before. And I scrapped some serious machines on Braca. we've seen this tech before, just not on this scale. Let's get this data disk back to Z.
And we also need to come all the way over here for exploration. Pull that down and step on it. We need to go over here for exploration. That is unfortunate. I forgot to turn the thingy. I put the orb in the thing like I was supposed to, and then forgot to turn it.
Ready up.
Come here, BD1. Hey, not bad. There they are. Those buildings are ancient. Older than anything else we've seen on Kobo.
Okay, no funny business. Just put the scrap down and your hands up. This area is under the control of the Bedlam Raiders. Hey! Level high!
Hey, this is a good find.
Jawa takes forever to activate this. Come on, bro.
Oh, hey.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Oh, no, baby.
your trail.
Villages can live in one of these crawlers. It's a single unit. This one doesn't look like it's moved in a while. Hey, this is a good find. Are you... Jawas seem pleased, huh? Maybe they're happy they have somewhere to do business. Reese is gonna love this. We'll get around faster now.
Really? Did the fish really not register? Thank you.
Here we go. Wonder how long this has been here.
Oh, hello, another rare Neko that I don't need. It's cool to see.
You never know. You took a wrong turn, I think.
Come on. Easy, Neko. Check it out, BD. Prior right.
How long do we have to wait here? Don't we have better things to do? We could sort of fire, you know. Didn't they already check this place? There was a patrol out here, long time ago. I can't see prospectors showing up here again. And not with this guy guarding the door.
I believe this is our last stim chest.
You're up. Oh, a chase?
Could be useful in the garden.
Hello? Who's there? Oh, a newcomer. Who are you?
I'm...
We...
I barred the passage.
Sorry. My son.
First for the enemy.
Whoa!
Droids. The raiders have rigged this place.
Alright, this is really the home stretch now. We're like down around an hour, maybe a little less. Which is exciting.
Got a scan? I hear you, BD. Let's see.
You will scour this place for anything of note. If anyone tries to interfere, crush them.
All right. Let's look.
This is another one of those tricky PVCs, or PNFTs, because there's no ledge guard here. But luckily, got that pretty quickly.
Really? They're going all out.
So, funny thing that I learned the hard way, that this door right here, the other one you can just PVC through and it's fine, right? This one, you can PVC inside, but then I couldn't PVC back out. I got stuck. And yeah. So that one, it's easier to just go ahead and do it the intended way, you know, blow it up.
Warn the others.
I don't think we're making it back.
Ah, boy.
Not.
Second to last fish.
Visual Jedi.
And this one you can PVC in and out of, no problem. For whatever reason, it's just that one where the Rancor is. But I will never try to PVC that one again. I don't trust it.
It's fascinating. I can't figure it out.
Perhaps there's something in the satellite laboratory that could help us analyze it.
See that? Been here a long time.
What was that? Oh no!
Definitely did this backwards, but that's fine.
Either way, good for us. Find something? Nice job.
Alright. Wait, I'm confused. Alright, do this, and then here. Hey, yeah.
Do your thing, buddy. Great.
Where is he? Where is Dagongera?
I don't know. We couldn't find him.
So they were studying the growths here, as well as more research on Kobo. They found this whole planet fascinating. Must have hated having to leave it all behind. Come on, let's go.
What? Why did it pop that up?
Gotta stay calm. That did it. Scraps, huh? They even agrees to take another person's junk and add more junk. Huh? Found another shard.
Once we're out of here, first thing is paying a visit to Dome and Dendra. You hear that? Oh no! Run! Go!
Let's take this to Doma's. Another shard. Maybe we should take up prospecting, huh, BD?
Hey, you!
I'm sure Z can decrypt this for us. I bet Z can get the data off this disk.
Don't forget this chest. Like I often do. At least 3 times I've forgotten this chest.
They don't look friendly. Let's move, BD. We're locked out. All right. Let's look. You have nothing to...
You're in. Brother, don't ignore me. You can't stop me. I won't let you! You try, you won't stop me!
He killed his own brother.
Why'd you ask me here? I don't like you and you don't like me.
That's right. But you annoy me a lot less than the others in this go-nowhere town.
And I think you feel the same.
What are you saying? Out with it already.
I'm saying this is a date, and we're on it. And if you don't like it, too bad.
Nice find. Let's take this back to Z.
Easy peasy.
That did the trick. Seeds. Could be useful in the garden, right?
It's not a bad sound. Sampling is for sure. But it's missing something. There we go.
Flawless.
I get it. They're weird things. I'd like to know what's in them too. But we don't have that kind of time or resource. So no. And please stop asking.
That's one of my favorite echoes in the whole game.
I'm gonna take you out. Just need one good shot.
That door, on the other hand, is one of my least favorite doors to BBC.
Looks like another shard. right at home in the garden.
Survive until help arrives.
I do not think help will be arriving at all. We are alone.
Something catch your eye? Nice job.
That is a horrible, horrible joke.
Yeah. I'm afraid we found ourselves downwind of turtle.
Need to center myself. Dial in the shot. Good to see you. Doesn't need it anymore. Find a way to the turbo run.
Oops. Dude, that's crazy. Okay. There we go.
All right, buddy. This is the Haxian brood's best. Or whatever that's...
Intruder! Catch him later!
Is that all you got? Hope that's the last of the Haxian brood we'll see. Let's get back to Cage and be done with this whole bounty hunting business.
I'm not liking this.
Victory will be ours.
Nothing. You do... You can...
Yeah, take.
Okay.
For Ravers! Burn with your new leader.
Hello? Oh. He was blending in with the edge.
We're prior ready. Wonder what this will fetch at Doma's shop. Glad you're excited. Good job, BD.
We're gonna take you out. Hey, come back.
Don't let him escape! Take it up!
Let's take a look.
We seek strength. We pledge ours to you.
You are wise to kneel. Tell your dissenters I have no place for them.
Grab this med pad for
Now only death remains.
XP grinding if necessary later. Hopefully it will not be necessary though.
Quit your belly aching, Leo. Let me see it. Shoot. That ain't gonna heal. Sorry, hun. Not your day. Way of the world, Leo. Rather you in the ground peaceful than someone's dinner.
This should be priorite number 99, if I'm not
Wonder
mistaken.
how long this has been here. Oh, no, wait. I know where the... Okay, yeah. No, that makes sense that that's 98. Okay, I know where 99 is. Worried myself for a second until I realized why that was like that. I know exactly which one that is. Sounds like it was pretty crowded down here. Come on, Neko. Wanna check this out, BD?
Final meditation chamber of the game.
Welcome, Jedi. The Force teaches us that what our eyes see and our hands touch is not always the truth of the world. The world bends to the will of the Force. As such, it may also bend to you.
I'll do this course as many times as it takes.
Exhausted.
Keep going. It'll be over soon.
We can hope.
A little more. Ugh. You must be strong for the task ahead.
Careful.
I haven't trained like this since I was a Padawan.
Sweet. Final meditation chamber done. Oh, we've just got a few more things. Hollow tactics. And then we're done.
Stay safe. Here.
What the? Where did you come from?
This is a nice one.
There's Priorite number 99. That should be one of our last seeds, if not the last seed. Oh, it persists. That's pretty cool. I wasn't aware it would do that.
Huh? Did you do that? Wait, what? No!
Let's look.
The most absolute joke of a boss right here.
Let's take a look.
coming here. You're going to die. Yeah, that was our last playthrough from 2 on leaving here alive.
Alrighty, time for the worst part of the run. Hollow tactics.
Garden's looking kind of respectable.
Now, here's the question. Do you have what it takes to best the rest of these tacticians? Combat! Obliterated! Cal will be looking to repeat that performance next round! Hollow tactics! That unit is toast! Now that's a hollow kill!
Brilliant gambit.
Oh no, my high score!
So, you think you can take on old Grease?
Go! Oh, so long, farewell! And it's a goner! And Cal comes out on top! He's advancing! Advance! Oh, it never stood a chance! Obliterated! And it's off the board!
Masterfully played.
Let the battle begin! Now that's a hollow kill! That unit is toast! Cal Kestis triumphs!
Come on, double or nothing?
This will be a true contest of minds.
Combat! And Cal takes one out! And Cal has to be happy with that! Oh, it never stood a chance!
Outstanding.
Commence! And it's a goner! Oh, so long, farewell! Now that's a hollow kill!
The odds have spoken, I'm afraid.
I foresaw this victory.
And that is why I don't like holotactics.
Holotactics! An expert play by Kestis! Our young competitor is on a roll! That's a score for Cal! That's the round to Cal Kestis! Advance! That unit is toast! And it's a corner! A well-played round by Cal Kestis! Love to see it! Let the battle begin! Obliterated! Oh, so long farewell! Oh, it never stood a chance!
Dude, they're one hit. Oh my god.
Perhaps a new strategy is required.
I foresaw this victory.
Combat! And it's off the board! A great hit by Cal! That unit is toast! A strong round for Cal! Go! And it's a corner! Obliterated! Cal victorious in that round! Holotactics! Oh, it never stood a chance! Oh, so long farewell! Now that's a holo kill! Round and match to Cal!
Nice try, Hotshot, but not today.
Advance! And it's off the board! That unit is toast! And it's a corner!
Fortune smiles on you.
Commence! Things are looking good for Cal! Obliterated! That's the round to Cal Kestis! Go! Oh, it never stood a chance! Now that's a holo kill!
As you can see, like we were talking about, the droidicas are just absolutely, completely overpowered.
Advance! And it's a corner! And it's off the board!
Splendid. Will his victorious streak continue?
Commence! Oh, so long farewell! Things are looking good for Cal!
What a show.
Go! Oh, it never stood a chance! Obliterated! Cal victorious in that round!
Okay, this is the one that is kind of annoying. I need this. And then get another rocket just in case.
Let the battle begin! That unit is toast!
Dude,
Now
what the fuck? They all died instantly.
Heartbreaker for Cal
That's insane.
Oh, that's one for Speedrunners.
Hollow tactics! And Cal has to be happy with that! And it's a corner!
Yes, very good.
Advance! And it's off the board! Obliterated!
Fortune smiles on you.
Okay.
Commence! Oh, so long farewell! Now that's a hollow kill!
Splendid. Will his victorious streak continue?
Let the battle begin! Oh, it never stood a chance!
Dude, like, what is that?
And it's off the board! Kestis has gotta be contemplating his choices after that!
I hate holotactics!
Oh, that's one for Speedrunners.
Combat! Oh, so long farewell! Now that's a hollow kill!
Outstanding.
Hollow tactics! Obliterated! And it's a corner!
No, no, not at all.
Unit is toast!
Yes, very good.
Go!
No, this is the best part of the run.
And it's off
The best and most consistent part of the run.
Oh, it never stood a chance! That's the round to Cal Kestis!
Okay. So, I think I have an idea this time. Let's see how that does.
Commence! Oh, so long farewell! Things are looking good for Cal!
Gotta get the droidica.
That unit is toast!
Dude.
Obliterated!
An unfortunate
Oh my god.
loss.
Oh, that's one for Speedrunners.
Unreal. This isn't even the one that gives me problems.
Hollow tactics! Oh, it never stood a chance! And it's off the board! And it's a corner! And Cal comes out on top! He's advancing! Let the battle begin! Now that's a hollow kill! Smart moves from Cal see him through to the next round. Go! An expert play by Kestis.
Yes, come on. Hit it once. Thank you.
What?
Oh my god.
Sequence of play.
Very well, attackers. I will improve my understanding.
It's actually crazy.
Strong round for Cal. Let the battle begin. Obliterated.
Fortune smiles on you.
Commence! Oh, it never stood a chance! That unit is
Dude,
toast! A tough loss, Cal!
Oh, I won. That's good.
Go! Oh, so long, farewell! And it's a goner! A well-played round by Cal Kestis. Love to see it! Advance! Now that's a hollow kill! And it's off the board! Cal will be looking
It
to
doesn't
repeat
help that
performance
Bima
next
is
round.
like the most obnoxious NPC in the whole game, too. Just constantly in your ear.
Let the
What the
battle
fuck?
begin.
That's not where I put the Skriton. Hello?
That unit is toast! And Cal takes one out!
Finally.
And Cal comes out on top! He's advancing!
Woo boy.
Hollow tactics! And it's a goner! Oh, it never stood a chance! Oh, so long, farewell! A solid, impressive victory for one Cal Kestis!
Shall we play a game?
Oh, this is the one. This is the one that can like go forever because.
Let the battle
Okay, this shield trooper. This shield trooper is force sensitive.
obliterated!
Okay, he actually died a lot faster than he usually does. That's fine.
Now that's a hollow kill!
Well done. Your strategy proved superior.
Advance! And it's a goner! Oh, it never stood a chance!
Yeah, the droidicas are OP. I'm really glad that that one level with scuba is like the only pretty sure the only enemy that opponent that uses droidicas, which is a good thing because they are just so overpowered.
And it's off the board! Now that's a hollow kill!
done. Your strategy proved superior.
Let the battle begin! The ATST is wreaking utter havoc!
My. Very impressive. You have played. Come back soon.
Finally. Gee whiz.
How may I serve?
Gonna go with this one.
A most wise decision.
Could use this.
I hope this will assist you.
Welcome, welcome. Make yourself at home.
Well, this damn peace and quiet! Woo!
Look at this.
Almost done. Almost done.
Heard you found Seaman Tully way out yonder. Wish you left him out there.
Zig could knock this dent out if you like.
Trust me, dude. I wish I'd left him out there too.
Help me remember how I got it.
And how's that?
Bounty hunter. Made the mistake of pulling a blaster on my little girl.
Here you go.
You know a good deal when you see it.
I'll grab this one.
I held that one. Yeah, some good-for-nothing raider triggered the security on my storeroom door, and now it's locked shut. Maybe your little droid can use this encrypted backup code to get it open?
It's gone now. We did it. Do what you gotta do, buddy.
My goodness, you unlocked it. Feel
Ah,
free to
right.
take
This is
whatever
the
you
last
need.
sim chest.
Catch. Not a bad selection. This one. This'll be useful. Can't go wrong with this.
No, dude.
Come on in, grab a spot at the bar.
I hate that so much. Plus side, I don't think I'll need to get any more skill points. I have a gut feeling it's the one from Cage herself. Because I'm pretty sure I had a 15 before then. I remember seeing 10 at, I think it was half and the other half got me to 10. That's really not good. Missed a scan and Feng Chi. That's a really tough place to get to also. Missed a scan in the control center. Oh yeah, forgot about that. Did I get the med pad? Well, I can do this real quick.
Let's go.
No, I just never got that. Oh, that's awkward.
So, this is your kingdom.
I work with many talented scientists.
None as talented as you, Centauri.
And yet we've reached an impasse. Perhaps he will bring me some much-needed luck.
I didn't get the Feng Chi med pad because we don't get it. So I need to go the long way, get back in there and see if I can get to that databank entry. The bigger problem is the bounty puck. Because I have no idea which one didn't register.
Oh, exciting! If you say so.
Oh, right, okay.
Not too sturdy.
I thought I got that.
Seems ironic. We're all the way down here trying to reach through the stars.
No, I definitely didn't.
We all must do our part, Padawan. No matter our place.
I suppose.
What is that? Acid? Let's keep her distance.
Surviving pretty well, except for B-Mac. Are you in here? You said you're in here, right? I need you to make a call for me. Yeah, so Parker, the problem is I'm missing a bounty puck. One of the bounty pucks didn't register.
Public must have used this to reach the surface.
And the issue with the bounty pucks is you're supposed to get them automatically, so they don't show up on the map. So I have no idea which one didn't register. which means that I would have to go to every location where there is a bounty hunter to see if I can get it.
Stay still. Attack! Attack! Run, scummer! Run!
So the question is, do we want to just run all over the map and try and find that, or BMAC, do you want to just call it?
You got it.
I'm pretty confident that's the only thing I was missing. The issue is that's something that could potentially take a very long time to find.
I'll cut your throat. See you run?
Let me really quickly just go to Cage's location and see if maybe it was that one. Also, Parker, I don't know how long ago you got here, but if you just got here, I did not have to grind any XP. This is the first time that I've made it this far since the new XP route, and it is a smashing success. I did not have to grind at all. Maybe they do show on the holo map. Wait. Yeah, I was still able to fight Kilioso and Cage, and I got all that with no problem. I'm just missing, I'm short one bounty puck. And there's no way, it's not a collectible that shows up on the map, right? Even though it's set, even though if I do this, and I go to inventory and I go to bounty pucks, 17 out of 18 found. 17 out of 17 bounties. So where's the 18th? What am I missing here? Am I being stupid? Oh, okay. Well, I did holotactics, so. Okay. Right. So it is one of the bounty ones that didn't register. Yeah, I did get that one. I just finished holotactics. Okay. The only thing I can think of is like watching the VOD and see, like, going back and watching for all the bounty hunters and seeing which ones doesn't register the puck. But so the thing about this is I'm pretty sure that you can go back and get it.
So next, let's go to...
The issue is just that I don't have any way of figuring out which one it is, so I'd have to manually go to each location and see if I get it. Let me see. Yeah. Yeah, that could take like 30 minutes or more. I'm not gonna keep everybody here for that. That's an extremely underwhelming way to finish this, but there's really no easy way to go about that. Let's just see the 99% real quick. Just to rub it in. Yep. Damn unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate. Thanks for the GGs, guys. It was that close. Alright, well, thanks again, BMAC, for letting me cap off Kessel Run with this. Was still a lot of fun. Hopefully I can do it next year. We'll see. But yeah, I will pass it off to you for the closeout here.